What is up, David Mon? What is up, everybody? Yeah, I mean, pensioner on the loose. You're probably not wrong there. You're probably not wrong, Mr. David. What's up, Stranded? I'll tell you guys that this is probably going to be the last of the Sunday streams for a while. Now I'll explain all that and I'll get into it. But first, I do have to give a congratulations, and I was going to do this regardless if he was here or not. But our little British friend, Micropenis David Mon, took 4th or 5th in a tournament for an online game. He pretty much, and I saw a video of the final match where they bumped him out of the tournament in it, and he clearly won. If you just look at the 2 health bars, it's messed up. So shout out to David, being an excellent gamer. He took 3rd. What's up, Eugene? Good to see you guys. You guys came right in, smashed like everything. Jesus. Oh, it's going to be a short one, a sweet one. I mean, I guess the way to say it would be, it's going to be like Bob on shore leave in a red light district. Quick, fast, and back out to sea in a hurry. Yeah, that's awesome, David. I was proud of you. I do brag on how you're pretty skilled when it comes to stuff like this, especially in the gaming arena. But to have you actually go out and back it up makes me feel better about what I say. Oh, good Lord. Oh, I'm old. I'm decrepit. I smell a bit of the sea. I'm just kidding on that last part. So anyway, yeah, I mean it's going to be a pretty quick damn paint job, and it's part of the reason why I'm going to do Thursdays and Fridays for a little while. I'm going to have to. I didn't go to bed till like 2:30 this afternoon because I was waiting on the base for Juggernaut to finish, and had to reprint certain parts. It was a small reprint on them, but I'm sitting there and I'm rushing to get a model done because I've realized this. Wasp was supposed to take 3 to 4 sessions, I figured. She took 2. To get the actual paint job on her and look good. So I'm hammering them out quicker than I've got days of. So if Juggernaut only takes 2, like I figured he'd take 3 or 4 days as well. And I'll show him off. The model came out amazing. But I figure if he takes 3 or 4 days, there are, 3 or 4 sessions, that's what I'm thinking. And it actually only takes 2. I'm going to be in the same position, so I want to get a couple models in the back stock, and to do that, the one thing I can't rush is print time. Yeah, Thursday's paint, Friday's game, and we'll keep it at 8 o'clock, I guess. I think 8 o'clock is probably right in that sweet spot. But, the whole thing is I could do shorter shows. I could do them where they go for 3 hours or 2 hours or whatever. But I've noticed this. When I start painting, especially if I'm talking shit at the same time, I get into a rhythm, and then I'll just keep painting. So I'll go for 7, 8 hours, or till my hand really tells me, hey, asshole, you can't do this. And then I'm burning through the model. So I'm thinking twice a week is probably, for a couple weeks. See what else I can get out. See what other prints I can get hammered out. Set to go. I've got to, like I said, the problem right now is just simply printing time. I'm figuring out what I'm going to paint, all this kind of stuff. So I figure if I kill off Sunday's show for maybe 2 weeks, maybe 3. I think 2 should do it though. I can have the printer running the entire time and still be able to get other things done because I haven't cut my lawn yet, for example. That shit needs to get done. It's those little things. My workstation's a mess because I've got tools for ripping apart like supports out of the model and curing it and trying to repair it and everything else all over the fucking place, along with all my paints. Like before I started streaming, and I still have paints sitting in my well that I have to put away. Yeah, that looks good, but what the hell's David saying? No, well, I mean, what, on Friday you want to do Monopoly? You know, you might get me a Monopoly there, David. I'll give you that one. I mean, the other two, I don't care what they say. That's not going to be fair to them. Yeah, I mean, part of the problem is, and you guys have seen me cut apart a model and edit it or clean it up or what have you. Yeah, I mean, tonight it's legit. It's just going to be me knocking out this stupid base for Wasp so I can actually glue her in, which she still looks good. She's held together well. Everything about her held together. So she came out pretty decent. The only thing is, she doesn't just stand up. So I've got to get the damn base painted so I can display her. And I don't think that's going to take all that long. And then I guess I should show off the Juggernaut, huh? Make sure that thing zip back. By far my favorite pose. I had 2 different Juggernauts to choose from, and I chose this one because it just looks nasty. Yeah. And of course, I've got the topics that I've come over, including why Melania did her talk show. Jeremy the Quartering definitely broke one of the cardinal rules you don't break on the internet, and legitimately fuck you, Quartering, for it. Even if you didn't do it, you inspired somebody to do it, and it's not good. I'll get into that. And, you know, shout out to the casino, and I hope the house always wins. YouTube fucking review that bullshit strike they got on their channel, because it's bullshit. I mean, not just Park Place Boardwalk, all that stuff that is on a Monopoly board is from Atlantic City. So let me show you Juggie. I'll start pulling them out. The damn base on this thing took like fucking 16 hours or something. And it came in 2 pieces, and I'm still going to have to sand it to glue it. But here's Juggie's base. And he looks weird when I'm going to show off Juggernaut. He doesn't look weird when he's stood upon his base. He looks like he's charging, but when you actually put the figure together, it looks weird because one leg's back, one leg's forward. Oh yeah, I'm going hard on the Quartering. You know what? Fuck him. I'm not going to go into. I said this before when we got accusations of anything with anybody online or all that. I will wait till all the facts are out. All the receipts are there. before I go and really go ham. I don't like the guy to begin with, so that doesn't help matters. And as a matter of fact, I was laughing because he's getting the piss taken out of him, right? And yeah, I'll get into it because there is now, I saw evidence earlier that it was him. And then I had theories also on what else it could be, because he keeps saying, well, it wasn't me who did it. I have a theory, two theories that are plausible where he could say that and not be lying, but still be the cause of it. Make sure you guys smash that like. But yeah, do you want me to start there, Eugene? Well, I'll start with the simple one first. Peace talks failed in Pakistan with Iran. We'll get this shit show out of the way first. But the talks have failed. And Trump is blockading the exit, I guess, to the Straits of Hormuz. Now, he said they're sending in minesweepers, all this kind of shit. That's great. You can take out those mines, but you still got drones that are going to hit targets. Just saying. The other problem I'm seeing is if you barricade the Straits of Hormuz so nobody can get out, well, now you're basically cutting off all the gas going out of there, all the oil. But the bigger thing is, now what happens if a Chinese ship decides it wants to run? What happens then? Now you hit a Chinese ship and we're in World War III. None of this, we're still in a fucking bear trap. Nothing's changed. They just took a holiday from shelling the shit out of each other. And I think that was for a weapons reload, if I'm to be honest. Northumbria? Nice. Smash them to like them. So I showed you guys this chest. Here's our fucking base. I'm gonna have to sand down the joint connection because it's hitting somewhere in there. You'll notice right here broke, and right in this leg broke. Reason being is because I was tired and I was trying to rush it, and I fucking forced the picks in there and just started jabbing away to get the inner supports out and broke it. So that's all my fault. Juggie's arm, Juggie's leg, Juggie's feet. I got the fucking dropsies. Coffee hasn't kicked in yet. You can tell. But yeah, we are... soon as Vance came out and said the peace talks have failed, I'm like, well, this is going to be interesting. So if you can tonight, make sure you guys are filling up your gas. As we're going to see, I'm not going to say a huge spike in gas prices. They're still up there kind of high. But it's definitely going to go up another like 50 cents probably overnight. The most important part of the juggernaut. Well, let's see. Here's his arms. Get shots of all the different little pieces. Very detailed in there. A lot of muscle. Big old monster of a man. I think that's this foot goes with this. Nope, it's this foot goes with it. So like I said, the legs and the feet fit together pretty well. Actually, the whole model, shout out to them. They keyed the shit out of this nice, where even if it's jagged a little bit, it still fits together. But like I was saying, you got one foot, one leg, and then you got the other leg. So it looks weird as hell. up until it's on the base and you realize how the legs are set. And then I believe I showed off the body last time. But the most important part of the Juggernaut, and where they absolutely killed it, the head. And the way the face is in there, holy shit. That is going to be a pain in the ass of a paint job. I'm just going to be real with you guys. But that head is crazy detailed and looks great. What's up, Rogue? Thank you guys, smashing the like. So let's throw them together. You know what? Now I'm looking at them. Maybe if I paint them blue and we'll just write the word blue dingus across this chest and we can send this one to Smurf. That looks like my blue dingus. It's all angry and spitting while it's running and everything. It's going to be a bit. Well, yeah, it is going to be a challenge to paint. It is going to be a bitch. But to be honest with you, I wouldn't have it any other way. Here's what I was saying about the weird leg. As I put on both legs. Right? Looks strange as shit when you look at it. Like this. So if I hold them just straight up and down. That looks weird. Right? But then when you realize... if I can actually not fuck them all up. I have to go into a high angle shot on this. Let me get the feet set. When you realize the reason why it looks so weird is because when it goes together, like so, he's actually down like this. Charging. Whoa. Somebody killed the Juggernaut. Wolverine got him. Cut his head right the fuck off. You realize he's actually... if I can actually get the fucking thing to stay there. It's going to be a pain in the ass. He's charging like this. The legs make a little bit more sense. So it looks like he's actually running through a wall. He actually looks really, really badass. But goddamn, the angle in this fucking thing. Well, don't you fall off. Crazy trying to get an angle on him. So, yeah, when you look at him from this angle, though, he's going to be badass. He'll be pretty damn good. Man, David, your last stream idea was litigate your anger with people from 7 years ago. Didn't work out so well, just saying. Although, you know, I guess back to the news real quick. So what we're looking at and what's to come, what's going to be fucking ugly. I don't know where this leads. I'm hoping everything works out, guys. I really am, but I didn't really have much hope for the peace talks or the ceasefire or anything else. It actually went a lot further than I thought it was going to. And it was really because Pakistan stepped in. Set these wasp heads aside. Almost put them on top of my PC, which is a no-go. This is the shit I'm talking about, though. I've got tools on top of tools on top of tools laying everywhere to a point that when I pile them all up, I got brushes, fucking tools. I got stuff to fucking fix the FEP laying around. It's a mess. Wait, you told the old lady about what stream? The one where you finally came out and said that you like guys and girls? That stream? Or you told her to watch this stream? Oh shit, dude. You ain't gonna be allowed to play with us anymore. Or were you talking about Twisted being hammered? You can't just throw shit out there like that there, Rogue, and then just walk away from it. Drunk, Twisted, and Tank? I mean, I guess. I don't know if that's your best of ideas there, buddy. Just saying. I'm going to try cutting down the... See if I can't get these sanded flat real quick. Let's see if I can't get this to sink a little bit better. I don't want to go too heavy and shred plastic. So, nice and gentle. Now, beyond the doom and gloom of us going back to a bombing campaign and peace talks failing and all that shit, I guess I'll go on to the topic of the ugly rumor. The ugly rumor is this. Last week, Melania out of nowhere came out and started talking about the Epstein files, and she had nothing to, and everybody just started scratching their head. Like I think for the most part, right? Pretty sure it wasn't just me. It was everybody just started scratching their head. Like, what the fuck is going on? She's obviously furious. What is going on with it? Somebody has kind of uncovered what is going on with it. And apparently what is going on is she's had this friend of hers that's Brazilian that she's been best friends with for like 20 years. This woman's husband is good friends with Donald Trump. This is the evidence trail I've seen. This is what I can say and not be like lying about shit. For 20 years, she's best friends with this woman, apparently knows the ins and outs. Well, this woman took to Twitter and basically said, I'm going to tell the truth about you and your kid diddling husband and all this kind of stuff. And it was like, why is this woman angry at Melania? Her husband, apparently, you know how Trump was doing those beauty pageants? He was overseeing the beauty pageants. And he's like real good friends with Donald Trump and all this kind of thing. And he's rich on top of it. So basically what happened is, and like I said, there's a little bit of rumor mixed in here. I mean, certain things we can check and say are fact, but so this dude and this Brazilian woman who is like best friends with Melania for 20 years, they have a kid together and all that. The guy and her getting a divorce, so the courts award the child to the woman, custody, full custody. Well, apparently, and this is the rumor part, the billionaire called Donald Trump up, said, hey, I need a favor, custody, all this other stuff. She's not here illegally anymore. Can we get her out of here? Apparently, she's here illegally pretty much the whole time. ICE goes and deports her back to Brazil. And she took the kid with her. So now the billionaire is furious because, hey, you took my kid out of the States, all this other stuff, but she technically has full custody in the court's eyes. He basically, I guess, I don't know if it was a weekend visit or whatever. This was the part that wasn't completely clear to me. He goes and takes the kid from her. Well, apparently the entire time this woman was reaching out to Melania Trump when ICE had a hold of her, and they were getting ready to deport her and everything else. She kept trying to call the favor into Melania Trump, who is supposedly her best friend for 20 years. And now she's basically lost everything in America. And her ex-husband now has the kid he took back, smuggled back to America. And again, like that part of it, I'm fuzzy on because I was reading this fast. But the long and short of it is she turned to a friend for help and her friend didn't help her. And if anything, aided and abetted her ex in screwing her out of basically her entire life in America. This shit is all out there. You can probably find it. I can't even remember the woman's name. I can't remember the husband's name because I saw this like right after the whole Melania thing happened the next day. Yeah, tell her I've definitely got a face and a smile for it. But yeah, they basically, Jesus. So basically, this woman said, "I'm going to come out," and she is apparently in Melania's inner circle and like her best friend for 20 years. So she told Melania, "I'm bringing receipts, and you guys wanted to destroy my life. Well, I'm going to tell the truth about everything I know, because I've got nothing left to lose. My kid's gone. Everything I had in America's gone. My marriage is gone, and that's why Melania apparently did that press conference." Like I said, it's an ugly, ugly thing, an ugly rumor, but she's the one. That's why she's saying I had no contact with Epstein or Maxwell and all this other stuff. Apparently, and that's why she was so seething, because her best friend is about to shank the shit out of her. So what we're looking at now, and it's not good, you know, we might have major releases on Epstein files from a woman. But the whole thing is, this is the question: can we trust what she's saying? Because a woman scorned will burn the earth down around you. But can you trust what she's saying, or is she just going to start saying shit to hurt them? Because that's how the media is going to spin it. Is this woman's like, deranged because all this other stuff, and she's just mad that ICE took her and sent her back to Brazil and deported her and everything else, and Melania didn't do anything to help her, so she's going to say whatever to burn it down. But do we believe her? I mean, I don't know. It's, again, anything like this, extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence, in my opinion. And so I look at it like she might be telling the truth. She might be full of shit. But that at least explains what that whole press conference was, what everything was about, what was going on, what had happened, why all of a sudden, just out of nowhere, they're trying to bury everything to do with the Epstein files, and all of a sudden Melania just comes out of left field. Because if that all turns out to be true, like everything that this woman's saying, then Melania did it basically as a preemptive to protect Donald Trump and herself. So again, extraordinary claim, need extraordinary evidence. This woman's obviously, it's all going to be, this is what I saw, this is what I heard. But how much of it are we actually going to hear as an American people? Because it is somebody who is in Brazil. They're Brazilian now. Doesn't mean they don't know the inner workings. But who's to say what's going to be true and what's not? Right. You did say that. You did say that, Stranded. You said she was, and I said the same thing. It felt like she's trying to get out ahead of something, but I have not heard any reporting. Well, the next day, or maybe 2 days later, I can't remember. I put it up on Discord. I was like, "Yo, I just heard something," and just followed this little rabbit hole, and it is a whole lot of not good. Like, it's ugly. If it's true, and she starts coming out with, yeah, Melania was, because one of the things that apparently is being rumored and all that, which Melania said, was that, you know, her and Epstein actually they slept together before Donald Trump. One of the things being claimed, I believe, is that Melania, the first time she got together with the president was on one of the Epstein flights. So it's like stuff like this where you go back and you listen to Melania's press conference and she's saying things like, Donald and I ran in the same circles at parties, and that's where we met. It's documented in my book. There's a reason why she's saying specific things. And none of this is any good. It's just all around not a good thing. Nobody can win from everything I can see. Nobody can win from this. Like, there's no winner here. It's just like, it looks like one person going scorched earth on another. I just make that a lot worse. I can't tell. I need to shave that all down. That's the other thing. I have no idea what the hell happened to my X-Acto knife, so this bad boy is going to have to do. But yeah, it's, so guys getting fights. This is one of those things. You know, I trust the people I trust for a reason. You know, unfortunately, David's government name was leaked the other week because, well, Twisted has loose lips. And, you know, I kind of expected errors like this to happen because Twisted's not used to, at this point in time, most of the guys, Smurf, David, myself, Rogue, we've all gotten used to, there's a certain way you speak on the internet and you don't tell personal details that you might know about somebody. And Twisted apparently just hasn't learned that lesson yet. He's kind of got loose lips with it. So I had to go back and cut. It was only like a couple seconds out of the last stream because he actually used David's actual government name. And I didn't even catch it when he did it either because it was just normal conversation between all of us. But David caught it and David was like, oh shit, dude. David has never put his full government name out there for anybody. Matter of fact, most people haven't even seen what David looks like. Well, that's just it. Apparently, the guy, the woman's husband, wasn't a pedophile. He wasn't a kid diddler. He was like business associate, and you know what? There is somebody who broke down the entirety of the story, and I probably should have played the video. I don't think he'd mind. Matter of fact, I don't mind playing it either if you guys want to actually see the video, because I know where I heard. Like, I had seen a bunch of this information, and then actually one of the YouTubers that I watch covered it. A guy named Valhalla at BFT. And he laid it all out. But he had the guy's name. He had what he did. But it was like when Trump was doing those beauty pageants or whatever, he was like one of the main guys in on it with him. And so he basically, like, the way it's laid out is he called in a favor. What's his excuse for not releasing the files? Well, if Marjorie Taylor Greene's to be believed, which I believe her, he apparently told her it'll hurt my friends. Which what that tells me is that it's going to hurt not just the billionaires that are involved in it, which is disgusting, right? To me, that's absolutely like, yo, That's the opposite of justice right there. You just proved that we have a two-tier system. One for people who can give you millions of dollars to your campaign, and one for us average schmucks who you just rape us for our taxes. That's just me, though. That's just the way I see that. But yeah. So like his whole reasoning was it will hurt my friends, according to Marjorie Taylor Greene. And that's just it. If it turns out Jeffrey Epstein is an asset for the Mossad, right? We'll just say he's an asset for Israel. And yes, he was back channel and feeding to our own CIA and everything else. There's already an anti-Israel sentiment going on in America right now. Like before everything happened with Gaza, really, it was already getting tenuous because of certain things. And then Gaza happens, and you started seeing, free Palestine chants and all this other fucking nonsense. Because, let's be honest, not one of these people are ever going to Palestine. Not any of these people are really heartbroken over it. It's one of those like feed the children campaigns from back in the day. Like, people want to feel like they're being good people by speaking out about it. I spoke out about it because I don't want to see anybody get bombed into the earth like that. And I can't just turn a blind eye, especially when I start seeing stuff like, little boys, little kids going for food because they're starving and getting shot in the testicles by a sniper. Like, to me, that's fucked up. And, I'm going to say something about that part of it. We shouldn't be wiping, if we're so civilized, why are we wiping people off the face of the planet at this point? That kind of thing. Like, I'm going to speak out about it. Not because I hate the government, but because I see all life is basically sacred at this point in the game. Like animal life, human life, all that. And I couldn't imagine being starving in that position, and then you go for the food and somebody shoots you in the dick. Just not a good thing. What's your justification? I can understand if it was like a terrorist, it's a terrorist and you got the shot on him taking it. I've said this before, some men need killing, but that I can't condone. Like that part of it was just abhorrent to me. And it's like, you guys are just like legit torturing people at this point. So that needs to end. That's something that I don't think any of us should ever accept. That's an acceptable thing to watch youth be slaughtered on any side. And I'd say the same thing if the Palestinians were doing it to the Israelis. I don't care. I don't think he's protecting his sons, and I don't think he's protecting Jared Kushner. I don't think that's it. I think with Jared Kushner, I think the deal there really is he's more all the businesses that Kushner's invested in. Like if they go and you remember he was talking about Trump Plaza, all this kind of stuff. Kushner will end up buying the land for pennies on the dollar, for example. Like that's where it'll benefit him. He'll be like, oh, well, I'm coming here in peace and we're going to rebuild a great city for you. Granted, I'm going to own 90% of it, but we're definitely it's going to go on our dime, and then I'm going to make trillions off of it over a long term or something like that for my investment companies and all this kind of stuff. That's where Jared Kushner comes in. Don Jr., all that kind of stuff. I don't think so. He's protecting the ones that look at it. His biggest donor is Marianne Adelson. The only thing her and her husband, Sheldon Adelson, when he was alive, their only thing, and Trump has said this, was Israel. That's it. He's like, they kept coming into my office about stuff for Israel, and they gave him hundreds of millions of dollars to his campaign. So, they're the money behind why he got elected. Charlie Kirk was the voice behind why they got why he got elected with Turning Point USA, going to college campuses, changing people's mind on the ground, all that kind of stuff. Charlie Kirk's dead. So he doesn't have to protect Charlie Kirk. We know it wasn't Charlie Kirk. But it is 1,000% some of these billionaires that are invested in him. I mean, look, hurt his friends, right? Look at Howard Lutnick. He went and gave that lying interview about how, we went to his house and he had the massage table and me and my wife got 5 feet from the door. And I was like, she grabbed me, and as soon as we got outside, she was just like, never again would we be around this man. And then this motherfucker takes a day trip to his island while he's out sailing his multi-million-dollar yacht. Like, come on now. After you say you don't even have business dealings with him or any of this kind of stuff because he was such a creep. Like, and then you clearly get caught lying about things. That's one. Remember, Trump made him his commerce secretary. So it's things like that. And rumor has it that he might be on his way out the door too because of all that shit. Because Trump's trying to get away from the scandal. But I think it goes to more than goes against more than just one person or one thing. It's a whole bunch of shit with it. The big thing now is, what does Melania's friends say? You guys want me to see if I can find the video that actually breaks it down? So, because I just gave you my roundabout of it, but I can see if I can find the video where they break it all down so you guys can understand the facts on the ground, or are we good on it? Because it's a whole mess. It really is a fucking mess. And if they were just honest and just came clean and they didn't botch the shit out of everything, we wouldn't even have these questions. It would be like, oh, we already knew that. Right. So that's just it, Stranded. You could understand if it was his family, right? But why would I protect some fucking random ass billionaire? Why? Because they're his friends. They give him his money. And one of the things that has been made pretty damn clear in the Epstein files, if you actually read through them and read a lot of the shit that's talked about Donald Trump, it really seems like the elite class does not like him at all. Like, nobody actually liked him. They liked his money and they liked his power. They didn't like the way he talked. They didn't like who he was as a person. None of that. They all thought he was like a blowhard and a jerk off. So when you look at it, and if you're a rich kid and you got no friends, well, you buy friends. How do you buy friends? You keep your mouth shut when it comes to stuff like, hey, they have a proclivity to diddle kids. I mean, look at it. Clinton, he went to their wedding and all this other stuff. He gave a presser not long ago talking about how he and Clinton, well, he didn't say Clinton. He didn't even name him. He goes, I do talk to a former president and I actually like the guy, so I'm not going to say anything bad about him. And then at another one, he said, Bill Clinton, I like the guy. I'm not going to say anything bad about him. But that's just it. So if we know for a fact that Clinton has a fucked up past, we can't, until we know the clarity on the Epstein files, you can't pin anything on him. Everybody deserves their day in court and to face their accusers. Now, granted, most of his accusers are probably going to be dead if they go into court. But my point being that, we already saw where Donald Trump won't talk bad about somebody if he actually likes them. So that's worrisome in and of itself. One of the other things I could have done here was just hit it with a heat gun and melt this plastic straight, but I'm actually trying to cut off all the extra little shavings here. Yeah, my whole thing is put everything out. Let the chips fall where they may. CEOs can be replaced. Billionaires, if they've done something criminal, they should be held to the same standard as a guy who has no money, is homeless, living on the fucking streets. And that is unfortunately what we have not seen yet. And that's what the American people want. Not just because they want to see a billionaire. Well, I'm sure for some people, they do just want to see a billionaire suffer like they do. Right? What I don't care about that part. They're innocent. They should be proven innocent, and that should be the end of discussion with it. But if they're guilty as fuck, they should face justice, just like any one of us would. Any one of our kids would. It's disgusting to me that you avoid justice because of your bank account. No, I hear you. That's kind of where I'm at too. Anybody that would do these, do what these men did, and they do it because they have money and power, and they knew they were going to get away with it. That makes it all the worse to me. That's the part that my head hurts on. Like, you have all this money, all this power, everything else. You could live just a very relaxing, kind of easygoing life, but instead you seek more money, you seek more power, to the point that you need to exert it on somebody younger than you. And maybe not. Look, to say there's not young girls that are not naughty people, that's one thing. Adult. But at the same point in time, as a man, it disgusts me because, yo, bro, like, how you gonna let temptation take you like that? You know, I'm not even preaching any Jesus words here. I'm just saying, how can you look at yourself in the mirror and go like, yo, I just did this, that, and the other thing that was awful to this innocent, or younger person who doesn't have an understanding completely of life yet. Doesn't understand they're going to look back and regret this later on. And to be honest with you, if you're a billionaire and all this and a grown-ass man, you should have lived a life so far where you've made mistakes, all this other stuff, and you've looked back or reflected. If you haven't reflected on your life and said, yeah, I fucked up here, I fucked up there, then to me, you either led a life of perfect righteousness, or you really haven't taken stock of your soul yet. Yeah, and you know what, Ian? I agree with that. That's a good call. Shout out to you, Ian. Ian comes right in, smashes like. I love you for that one, Ian. Um, yeah. Yeah, I agree with you. That's just it. The problem is you hold these positions, right? Well, you'd never be in the position you're in. There's certain people that would be, but you do have to have some kind of like almost like a psychotic nature to be a CEO or want to be one to an extent. So, like, I still think there's billionaires out there or multimillionaires that are close to billionaires that are good people. I think Patrick Bet-David, he's a businessman, pure and simple. And I think he does stuff kind of the right way. I'm just using him as an example. If he came up on like an Epstein list, I'd be shocked. I would. That one would catch me completely off guard. But people can't just operate with impunity like this. Like, I just look at it. I look at it from the victim's point of view. I look at it from a parent's point of view on my kid. Now, granted, that's why they targeted people that either had bad relationships with their parents or were homeless or whatever, or even foreign, which, again, not saying it's true, but supposedly that's the deal with Melania was that, you know, that's how she escaped humble beginnings. But I don't know. I want to believe those rumors are just rumors and just bullshit, but I'll wait till the evidence falls before I make any kind of judgment because I can't really judge. It may all be bullshit. It may all just be a fucked up rumor to try and discredit Melania because she has been kind of successful with her books and everything. And yeah, Eugene, that's just it. Some men, I wouldn't call them demons. I don't think there's an external evil. I think it's just an evil that men do that speaks to a more primitive nature. Now, my primitive nature is to protect. That's where my head goes. You protect. Protect your kids, protect your wife, protect your animals. You know what I mean? Not because they're necessarily weaker than you even. I think my son is probably stronger than I am at this point, right? My wife's more vicious than me at this. I can tell you that 1,000%. She's the more vicious of the two of us. But there's still this part of me that is like, you protect what's yours. Physically, I'm stronger than my wife, big time. But at the same point, you know, it's dark. Make sure you guys smash dim like buttons too. Appreciate you. But yeah, like I said, I don't know. You guys tell me if you want to see the video I saw on it. Well, I'll find the other guy's video because I saw a couple videos on it. I can't remember where I originally saw it, but then when the other dude covered it, that one I can find in my sleep. Like I know exactly who I'm looking for, exactly what was said. I won't even play the video. I will just play the I'll just play the vocals off of it. But I mean, it makes sense. Like all of it, the way it's laid out, it does make a lot of sense. Like, why would you do this press conference? Well, if somebody's going to expose you and everything on you were lying here, you were lying there, all that, and it's somebody who is known to be your inner circle, you know, and they want to litigate it in a public forum, you might be in trouble. That's the only other thing. Oh, do have kind of a movie review too. I watched that movie, The Yeti. For the love of God, do not watch The Yeti. It was cool in the stylization, the way they did it. The plot was fucking stupid as all hell. The monster effects were good. The gore was good in it. They did it like it was an old, like, 1930s serial kind of movie. You know, like Rip Daring in the Adventures of a Lifetime. That kind of shit. But the movie itself was just not, like, the plot, everything was just not good. It was actually pretty fucking stupid. So, avoid that one, guys. It was not worth your, the time it's going to shave off your life. I shaved the time off my life, but I also watched it. At a point, I was like, fuck this. I'm just hitting 2 times because this is how this is all going to play out. And it did. It played out exactly like I thought it was going to. So, it felt like I wasted a little bit of my life, but not a shit ton of my life. But I was like, maybe this will be good. Like the stylization, everything else. But yeah, the Yeti was definitely a no-go from GAM. Shame. I mean, the last thing I've got, well, last thing I've got is fucking crazy. It's the easiest way to say it. But we'll get there, and we'll get there in a few, because that one's kind of a longer breakdown. And at that point, one of the things I'm going to have to address is there are unspoken rules about streaming and the internet. Discrediting who? Because I'm treating everything as it's rumor. If you're talking about Melania, it's a rumor. But like I said, I'll show you the breakdown on it. I think everybody deserves their day in court. I started off by saying that. I mean, I hope you're not talking about the quartering, because like I said, that one I'll explain rules on the internet for that shit, because he might be innocent in it to an extent. I have theories. Oh, yeah. I agree with that one. Probably shouldn't be comparing her to Bill Clinton. And I have seen that shit. Yeah. And you said people, not me. Okay. Well, I appreciate that. I'm just saying, like, you know, you got to remember you're in text. You're not in voice. So I can't tell if you're like talking about me or what. You just kind of threw out a generalization. I just want to make sure I'm not one that falls into that generalization. I am very fair-minded when it comes to things, which is why, like, I still say fuck the quartering. But at the same point in time, he may not be entirely lying either. But then there's also evidence to the contrary. So, drama tubers that make fun of lolcows and all this. There's some that are serious with it and are just mean-spirited. And then there's others that are very, very funny, very entertaining. Half the shit they're saying, they might not even believe, but they're running off of something and being funny with it. That is Kino Casino. They're very good at what they do. They're hysterical. And in this case, I 1000% support them any which way that axe falls because of what has happened. So Kino Casino has been tearing the shit out of the quartering lately, watching his streams, dunking on him, everything else, making fun of him for being, you know, like obviously drunk on stream, hitting on his fucking female co-hosts, just doing weird shit, including on old clips that happened like years and years ago. Like one time his wife went out for pizza and he flat out just peed in his basement as punishment to his wife for going out to pizza without him. I can't make that up. Like, cause he was hammered on stream. This shit exists. It's out there. If you want to go find it, it's fucking hysterical. But they, you know, they've been dunking on him for a minute now. Anyway, on the previous episode of Dragon Ball Z there, what ended up happening was Jeremy from the quartering apparently agreed to some kind of audit behind the scenes, and they were going to use a guy named Josh Moon, who is the man who owns Kiwi Farms. Shout out to him. Kiwi Farms basically keeps track of all the lolcows and all the shit going on internet drama. Hell, there's probably even a file on me somewhere. Well, actually, no, I'm not even important enough to have a file. But I'm sure, if I ever got famous or, got YouTube famous, we'll call it, that I would have a file on me. I'm like 1,000% on that one because I do some lolcow shit here and there as well. But Jeremy went in there and had all these DMs with this dude, Josh Moon. And he changed his mind. He decided he didn't want to do the audit, everything else. And then basically was telling Josh Moon in DMs and all this other stuff, and apparently publicly on YouTube, that he'll take everything away from Kino Casino. He'll take away their channel. He'll take away, he goes, first I'll start out with the YouTube. That's easy. It's a ban evasion strike, and I can nail them out easy for that one. Then he turns around and says, and then their Kick is next, because that's where they broadcast mainly is Kick. They had a channel that had just come up not long ago, called Kino Casino Clips. And he was talking about that one. Now, the two guys, Andy Worski and PPP, shout out to both of them. They basically had been kicked off of, I guess, YouTube a couple times. I don't know the full lore on that, why they were kicked off, anything else. But the channel itself, the Kino Casino, wasn't their channel. It was actually one of the editors that worked for him who ended up quitting his full-time job because the Clips channel was blowing up, and he just spent all his time editing it and was making money on it and was using it. He was actually able to quit his job and feed his kids and all this. The arguments kept going. And they used to make jokes all the time about, because his wife will go on vacation without him, and she flies planes apparently. And the guy that, is instructing her, they call him the Sky Bull. When she went out for pizza, they called it the Pizza Bull, like, oh shit, he was being cucked on the side. Because Jeremy, in his self-destruction there and foolishness, was on a live stream recently, and he went on his Twitter, and cuck porn came up into his stream. And he said, whoops, they just feed that to you. Well, the community notes on Twitter said the only way you get that stuff in your stream is basically you have to have searched for it before. So it kind of proved that. And then he had searched up another naughty term before. We'll just put it that way for, I don't know who's viewing, who's not. And so it came up in his search history when he popped open one of his YouTube tabs or one of his Chrome tabs to, go into whatever news story. It came up that it was in his search history, this other term. And so it didn't look good, like he's a degenerate and all this. And they were dunking on him for it. Well, Kino Casino finds out there's one guy that he has in his Discord server that he's made a moderator that he's apparently been friends with for 10 years. And I'm not saying that it is the case that he actually is a real cuck and that his wife is screwing his friend or whatever. But it turned out this guy not only had a history of domestic abuse, because of course the internet's going to find it. It also turns out that he's on all these, he's got his account kind of hidden, or thought he had it hidden, but of course the internet finds out. And he turned out to be an actual bull. Like, he actually goes in and, he cucks guys on purpose. And this is one of Jeremy from the Quarterine's best friends. I said that last stream, Beans, about the Dems being quiet. I'm not shocked. Not shocked at all. You never interrupt an enemy when they're making a mistake. Plus, what are they going to advocate against the war or everything else? They can't. It's part of what cost them the election. Remember, free Palestine and all that, and them screaming at the Dems before the 2024 election. Do you remember all this? That, we won't vote for you until Palestine's free and all that shit. Just saying. Anyway, so we fast forward in the story of Kino Casino versus the Quartering. All these DMs come out about how he's going to flag them and do all this kind of stuff. Kino Casino goes off. goes off about it. And he didn't start threatening to flag them or take them down or all this major fighting between the two of them. The courtroom was kind of ignoring it right up until they found this dude's backstory and his information about him actually being a bull. And because of the cuck porn thing, they linked it to Jeremy from the quartering that, you know, he's basically a cuck. This dude's sleeping with his wife and he sits in the corner and watches. Again, I can't condone the casino for this. I thought it was funny watching it because they were being funny. But I also don't condone, you know, like whatever you do in your bedroom, whatever your situation is, that's not for me to judge. So I don't really give a shit about it. But what I do give a shit about is what happened next. So I guess it was, I don't know, after I got done streaming Thursday, Friday, maybe Friday afternoon. And I didn't really talk about this on the stream, but yeah, Kino Casino Clips, the channel got nailed for ban evasion. They took down the entire channel. Now, according to Jeremy from the quartering, he was at dinner. He didn't do anything. Not like you couldn't just pull your phone out. He showed off all his ban history, like flag history, from 3 of his YouTube channels, but he's got like 5 or 6. And so the internet is people that were enemies with Kino Casino are coming and taking their side on this. And the reason why is because there's certain rules to the internet. There are absolute rules when it comes to being on the internet. One is you don't take yourself too seriously. You guys have seen it when I have a troll come in here, right? I don't say ban his voice, throw him out and everything else. Kick him out, get him out of here, you know, all that kind of stuff. I let them do their thing. If they're funny, I laugh at it. If they're not funny, I'm like, dude, you got to do better. Because that's part of the internet. You're throwing yourself out there. You're open for criticism. You better be able to handle said criticism. And if people are going to talk shit on you, people are going to talk shit on you. You're a grown-ass man. Why should it bother you to that extent? On top of it, I believe in free speech. I don't have to agree with what the fuck you're saying. And maybe somebody, you know, takes a shot at your kids or your wife, and that's abhorrent. You know, that's some real bitch shit, in my opinion. But at the same point in time, they got a right to say it. But that's because I actually believe in free speech. And part of the problem with this is the fact that channel got flagged. If Jeremy did do it, then his whole platform is based on, well, I'm free speech. No, obviously you're not. Not if you're threatening to take people's shit down. Not if you're threatening to take them out and all this other stuff. No, you are not free speech. It's free speech up until it affects you, and then free speech goes right out the fucking window. Yeah, you're right, Stranded. I did. And you know what? The trolls were funny, too. Like, they actually weren't nasty trolls. Like, they were actually good on them, and they did a good job with it, you know? Because I can appreciate that, because I can laugh at myself. But that's just it. You're not the arbiter of truth on the internet, okay? But your first rule of being on the internet is you don't flag down someone's channel. You don't flag them. You want to see the entire internet unite and come to destroy you? Flag somebody's channel. Because the whole thing is, you may hate the person, you may disagree with them, everything else. Look, we'll be real about it. I could have gone and flagged Alien Spaceship's channel when he started talking his shit, because none of it was true. I didn't even suggest it, right? Say, hey, you guys want to listen to him? Listen to him. He can say whatever the fuck he wants. Alien could have flagged my channel when he was pissed off at me. He didn't even suggest it. Why? He just said he won't be allowed here anymore at my channel. Why? Because there is this unspoken rule on the internet that if somebody is building this takes you years, months, whatever, to build your channel up with your subscribers. Some people use this as a way of feeding their fucking family. And unfortunately, that editor that works for Kino Casino, he'd even quit his job because it was feeding his family. And by that flag landing on that channel and taking it all down, it just wiped his fucking income out. People lost entire channels during COVID. People lost entire channels during, when the Dems were censoring everything on the internet. People know what it's like to go through that. And everybody's probably had a flag. From what I can see, all the bigger creators have had a flag thrown at them at one point in time or another from some little shit that doesn't understand how the internet works. But it happens every time. The internet comes together and will just fucking gang and dogpile you, even if they hate the person that you flagged. So that's rule number one. You don't do the flagging campaign. Ever. And with this one, again, I don't know that he did the flag himself. I'm going to give him the out here. He said he didn't do it. He said nobody will believe him, all this other kind of crap. I just saw a video earlier where he was on stream. He opened up his Google tab. And he said, whoops, not that one. And in his tab was the thing to report to YouTube to flag somebody. In his history. It was like a Gmail that was sent off. And I don't know if it could have been fake. I don't think it was. It looked like it came right from a live stream, which he does dumb shit like that all the time. That's just it. If you're going to search like naughty stuff on your browser and all that, and you pop it up on stream, people are going to call you on it. They're going to screenshot it. It could be for a split second. They're going to catch it. Some asshole is out there who's going to catch it. And especially since he's under scrutiny right now. So I don't know. I'll wait till more of that evidence becomes prevalent because, again, I'm not going to go after somebody without evidence and say he's the one who got it flagged. But other things that could have happened was he could have talked to his community rep for YouTube, said, look, I got 2.2 million subscribers. These guys got, 40 or 30 or 40,000 subscribers. And I'm the bigger deal. I'll leave your platform and just stay on Rumble full time and not put anything on YouTube if you guys don't. And the community rep said, oh, we don't want you going anywhere. We want to make you happy, and went and flagged them for him. It could have also been his wife's account because his wife has a YouTube. Maybe he used his wife's account so he can show you his YouTube and his history's clear. He doesn't have any flags. Why? Because he had his wife flag him. Then there's the friend. Maybe he had the bull do it, right? The dude who, I'm not even going to name the dude's name, but you guys can find this stuff. It's readily there on the internet. You can go to Kick, watch Kino Casino. Hell, there's a person named Alyssa Clips or something like that. And she puts up all the Kino Casino stuff. You can watch it on YouTube. They just don't get any money from it. But what has happened at this point is the fucking internet is all over the quartering, and it's fucking ugly. So somebody summed it up this way. Even if you didn't flag them, you threw it out there to have them flagged. So all it took was one of your followers to flag them. You're still guilty of having them flagged because you suggested it to your followers that they should have their channel taken down, that they should lose all their things and all that. You wear the blame either way, and that's how the internet sees it. So your rule number one on the internet is you don't threaten to flag people, and you definitely don't flag people. You don't take away their channel. You can hate them, just fucking troll them back. Bigger channels are going to come in and crush little channels. It's just the way it happens. But you know what? Put up a fight if you're a little channel. And in this case, that's the second rule, is that a bigger channel going after a smaller channel, you're kind of a bitch, if I'm to be honest. If you got the one with the bigger platform, the bigger amount of viewers, the bigger amount of subs, everything else, and you've got 2.2 million supposed subscribers on YouTube, and you're going after a channel that has 30,000, you're a fucking bitch, dude. Flat out, you're a little bitch. I'm not impressed by it at all. Not at all. Because you should already, if I'm up to 2.2 million subs, it means that I've been here long enough to know better. Shout out to ABL. This is one of those things, right? I can actually say shout out to ABL on this. I've never heard him call for anybody to be deplatformed, no matter how much he hated them. I've never heard him say they should be kicked off the fucking internet. I've heard him call them retards and all kind of big backs and bull daggers and dirty leftists and all this and non-black and all these kind of things and honkies and Whitey the blue-eyed devil. I've heard him say all these kind of things, but I've never once heard him say that person's voice should be silenced. And especially not about a little channel. He'll make fun of the little channel instead. Like, oh, that's all you got for subs? You don't even have influence. I mean, I guess rule number 3 is have a good perception of yourself. Share only what you're willing to allow people to make fun of to an extent, but have a good perception of yourself and a good humor about yourself. You know, there's a difference between somebody, making a funny joke, trolling, and it's a troll and all that. Why are you getting in your feelings about it? Why does it hurt? Why are you upset because some random stranger on the internet called you a fat, sloppy, dark-eyed, cuckold fuck with a nutsack for a chin? I think I'm talking about the quartering here. Yeah, because I'm not fat like that. And I'm not a cuckold. So, no, I'm joking there. But that's just it. I can make jokes about myself, right? He thinks he's an arbiter of some kind of special class of citizen on the internets, that his word is law and all this kind of stuff. Get over yourself, dude. You're no more important than anybody else. Doesn't matter if you got 1 billion subs. You're not that fucking important. Check your fucking ego. But, that's one of those things that you wouldn't even... Why are you letting these guys get to you? Just ignore them. Or even better, if they're nailing you with old clips of shit you said, lean into them. And own them. Like the one where he shit his pants in a Walmart and explains how he shit his pants and walked through the whole store with shitty pants, leaving a shit trail. Like, dude, own that stuff. Like, yep, yeah, I fucking did that. Feel bad for that fucking janitor. My underwear is still in the sink. Whatever. But own it. You threw it out there. I wouldn't know that fucking story, but you told it. You do this shit to yourself. We all, that's just it. I look at it and it's a sad thing, because the moment that flag went down, I was like, even if this motherfucker didn't do it, he's going to catch the heat like he did, and it's going to destroy him. And I'm definitely keeping an eye on it, because I want to see what happens to somebody when they go from 2 million subs down to 1.5 million, 1 million to 30,000. I want to see what happens when I'm actively able to see. I didn't get to see like Dark Side Phil. I didn't get to see Wings of Redemption. I didn't get to see some of these bigger YouTubers back in their heyday when they had built out followings and then fell from grace. But I'm getting to see it now with this dude, and it's going to be an interesting thing to watch. But where I sit on this, most times I sit on a fence. But for the actual crime of suggesting that these people were flagged down, regardless if you find them humorous or disgusting, whether what they're saying is true or untrue or what have you, you silenced somebody's voice. You took somebody's money out of their pocket and from their kids' mouths. Flat out, Jeremy from the quartering, fuck you. That's from me to you. Just fuck you, dude. That's fucked up. And I'll just say it this way. I hope the house always wins. And go Keno Casino. And I'll leave it there. I'll leave it there. I want to see what comes next. But yeah, I just watched somebody with 2.2 million subs basically overnight turn himself into a lol cow. And any kind of respect I had for it takes a lot to build a platform. We're at 139 subs. Thank you to we lost the sub and picked the sub up. So whoever subbed to me, appreciate you. You took time to do it. Pressed a little button and all that. And maybe it didn't mean a lot to you, but it actually does mean something to me. If I had 2.2 million of them, 2.2 million people that did that, and I built it over a long period of time, 15, 20 years like the quartering has, I'd be thankful every day of my fucking life. Fuck you, Jeremy. Just fuck you, dude. Good night, Stranded. Thank you for all you do. Get some rest. But that's just it. You know, I can't expect everybody to see things the way I do. I can't expect people to appreciate them the way I do. I can't expect people to treat the people that watch them the way I do, with respect and grace, I guess you could say. But watching a platform of that size implode the way it's going, because I do have this feeling that he thinks this is just, oh, well, it'll be a bad weekend and I'll get over it. And I don't think he understands what has just happened. You had it where it was just like these little guys that you guys probably never heard of going at him. Like, hell, you guys might not even know who Kino Casino is, right? Because you just never found that part of the internet or were interested in it or anything else. But now, if I were to say to you, Nerdrotic came out, said deplatforming bad, or Az from Heel vs. Babyface, or Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers, you know, these are big channels. These are big creators where they're not just in the YouTube space, they're in other spaces too, like Nerdrotic, the Critical Drinker, stuff like this, where they transcend. And the destruction that Jeremy is going to get met with, I don't think he was ready for. I don't know how he doesn't know this. I'm a retard. I've got a very small following that I just started building, like what, a year and a half, almost 2 years ago at this point, right? I think it's like August or September is 2 years ago, which I'm sitting here with a razor blade in my hand doing ridiculous stuff with it right now, trying to shave this down. All it takes is one slip and I'll cut my fucking thumb to the bone, and you guys get to see that shit on camera. That'll be pretty. Definitely going to have to hit the edit button on that and come back with a Band-Aid. But yep, there we go. That's clean. That's cleaner. I can get rid of that scene one. Don't worry, Beans. We're switching over to something else unless you're tired. But this is why I'm doing away with the Sunday stream too, by the way. It's another good point, because everybody's got to go to sleep. Everybody's got to get up for work. Everybody calls it an early night on a Sunday. Plus, the real reason is because I don't have enough fucking models to paint. But I always appreciate you, Beans. Thank you for, even if it's subject matter you don't give a shit about, you always at least drop in, say hello, and all that stuff. I figured I would continue on with Arts Parts, or maybe a summary of Arts Parts in a little bit here. So I've gotten through most of my news topics. To be honest with you, I don't have all that much to say. Cool. Well, I mean, like I said, I can just tell you this, my final thing on the the quartering and Kino Casino and all this drama streaming stuff. It was the number one. Artemis 2 landed back on Earth, and it was the drama between the two of these channels beat that out as far as like the top trending on Twitter for the time, and like entertainment and something else. Fucking crazy. I might show you guys this. Would you guys like to see the other wild card that was done? So when I say the wild card, so you guys know I'm on the Patreons or whatever. Wicked is doing this thing now. He had upped the price point on his Patreon, but he was adding in another category because he does movies, he does Marvel, and he does video games. He hasn't released a video game post, but he actually put out a couple models. And for the wild card term. And I'm actually going to show them to you guys because I think you guys will dig these. I'm not going back to Wednesday gaming. I'm cutting it down to Thursday painting, Friday gaming. Yeah, I'm cutting it down. I'm out of models, Ian, for a Sunday night stream unless I'm going to do like an hour-long stream and just shut it the fuck down at like 9 o'clock. But I'm kind of screwed. Kind of screwed in that respect, unfortunately. Let me get this bad boy up here. Yep, there we go. But I think you're going to like these models, Ian, and I'm not sure if I'm even going to paint the one because I would do a disservice. Matter of fact, let me set up. Where is it? Window capture. It's called window capture 2. Turn that off. I'm actually going to set it on its own window capture. So this way I can fit the window to what we're actually looking at. Because I have it where it's kind of biggened and you can't see the whole damn thing. There we go. This should be about the right size of it. I just said, because I just said it, Beans. I'm doing away with Sunday for at least 2 weeks. I had Wasp was supposed to take at least 3 streams to just paint Wasp. I did her in 2. And now I got to do I'm doing the base or whatever. I showed off the Juggernaut too. Speaking of which, in case I know you and Ian came in a little late. Let me turn off this model I'm going to show you guys. And show you, this is Juggie's head. That is going to be a bear to paint. But the only model I have right now on deck that's fully printed out is Juggernaut. And once he's done, I'm out of models to paint. I've got to like print out Cavill Superman. I've got all kinds of models coming in the pipe that I'm cutting down currently. And the problem is it took me a week to get Juggernaut printed because I had fails on it and repairing it. And I'm even working on the base now. So it's been a week at least. So I need to put more models in backstock so that I can start grinding through them again. I got to get ahead on models and I'm behind. Well, there's Ozzy, but yeah, this is for you two because you guys didn't get here till later. But look at the face on Juggie. That is going to be a crazy one to paint. I mean, the definition in it, the detail, just fucking badass. Definitely badass. I haven't even, that's just it. I might not even be able to print Ozzy out and do him justice. I may skip Ozzy for now until I get up to another level on my painting, because I don't want to fuck up Ozzy. But yeah, Juggie, I think he's going to be a crazy one. But yeah, let me show you what the wild cards were, because they are epic. And yes, it is Mr. Osborne. Let's get that bad boy back. Let's get him up on screen, and I'll go through them. So yeah, we have Ozzy, and this is the close-up on him. Over here on the right-hand side, I think you guys should be able to see my mouse moving. That's him in the chair. So this is a better shot. This better shot of what the model looks like. They have a minimalized chair too. But the detail that he got in on this, because apparently, one, they're amazing modelers over at Wicked. I definitely recommend checking out their Patreon. We have different faces. So you have two different heads. You have the regular head where he's just kind of chilling, and you have one where he's scream yelling. And then you also have a simplified base where the chair is much simpler for those that don't have, you know, bigger printers, want to go for a more minimalist look. This is the back of the chair. On the big one, you can see they actually put in the Black Sabbath logo. Just phenomenal. Beautiful, beautiful, phenomenal artwork. And then we're getting into some of the zoom ins on Ozzy. And I'm pausing in between so you guys can actually see the depth, the detail. I love the way they put the highlight right there on the tongue. They did an amazing job with that, whoever painted this. But even his hands, all the rings are right. You've got the actual Ozzy he had tattooed on his knuckles, or on his fingers. I mean, two different portraits. Yeah, they zoom in on it right here for the knuckles. You can see on the other hand too, like they even gave him the black nail polish. Granted, it's all gray, but yeah, there's the other hand. Every one of the damn rings and the cane he's holding. I mean, we're talking some serious, serious detail work here, where I would be afraid to fuck up the skin breaks in these knuckles, for example, because it's one that I swear if I print this one out, it'll probably take me at least a week to print, but it's going to take me at least 2 months to fucking paint, because, and I'm not at this level yet, guys. I'm simply not at this level where I would make it look this good or even close to it. Hellhounds off on the side of the thing. And then again, there's the minimalist, where if you don't want to go whole hog with it, you can just go with a minimal chair. Different angles on the chair. All the chains on his neck. I mean, we're looking at, that's a big, right here, if we're looking at this, that is a huge, huge base. That base is ginormous. The base by itself would take probably 24 hours at least to paint it or print out, and probably through almost 2/3 of a spool of resin, or of FDM. But these are all the renders. I think everything's just black and white from here. That's one of the important ones, though, just to show you. You can see the O and the Y on Ozzy on his knuckles. It's actually raised up, which will tell you right there. Like what they actually did it. His belt buckle. I mean, they nailed everything to do with this. The logos. Even the cross, like one of the cross on his chest, you can see it right here. They got Ozzy embossed on it. It's a lot, Eugene. So the wild card has two things to it. And I actually have this model downloaded, by the way. Same thing with the other model I'm going to show you in a second here. I think we got like 10 more pictures. I think they're just... Yeah, okay. So right here you can really see how the O and the Y are raised up. And then they even gave him cuticles, everything on his fingernails. So, what's up, Perry? How are you, brother? Thank you for coming in, smashing like, all that stuff. We will go back up. Number 2 on our wild card is this. This one, I started looking at this. There are 12 different elements to this base that I would have to print out because it's the base. You have the fallen soldier on the base. You have a cannon on the base. You have a lot to this one. I love it. I love the way it looks. But this is the actual... Right here is the actual model. You can see where the fallen soldier is. His body actually runs across the base. And for those that don't know, this is the Trooper from Iron Maiden. The detail in this fucking thing. He nailed it. Got the 666 on the fucking shoulder. I mean... I'm not a big fan of the way they did. Well, no, the blood effect works. I just would have probably made it look a little bit more like the album cover, a little bit more cartoony. Well, actually, it's not even the album cover. The actual album itself is Number of the Beast, I believe. Wait, did Number of the Beast have the Trooper too? I know they had Run to the Hills on Number of the Beast. I'm trying to think. Let's see. We had Number of the Beast, Invaders, Run to the Hills, Hallowed Be Thy Name. Just like 3 more songs on that album. Maybe the Trooper is on there. Yeah. And then here's our fallen soldier. They stepping over. I thought about doing this one just for David Mon because of the Union Jack. And then his backpack, you got the 666 Queen's embroidery on it. But I mean, it's a beautiful one. I've looked at it. Side profile tells you how far he's leaning forward. The base isn't huge, but it's very, very detailed, and there's a lot of shit to it. Trooper was on Peace of Mind. Actually, one of my favorite songs off Peace of Mind was Still Life. Like, after, I think it was Fear of the Dark was the last album I got by Iron Maiden. It was Fear of the Dark was the last album I had listened to. I'm looking at, I just want to see what's on Number of the Beast because it's going to drive me nuts if I don't remember. I swear it was 7 songs though. I'm looking it up. Invaders, Children of the Damned, forgot about that. 22 Acacia Avenue and The Prisoner. Gangland, Run to the Hills, Number of the Beast, Hallowed Be Thy Name, Invaders, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Number of the Beast was the first Iron Maiden album. Actually, it was the first metal album, now that I think back on it, that I actually owned. It was my back patch on my denim jacket back in the 80s, guys. Number of the Beast. But yeah, a lot of fucking detail in here. Like I said, you got a cannon on there, and that has two different wheels and the cannon piece. I would never do. Sorry, Eugene. Transformers. There is one that I would do. Just one. That's it. Oh, that's one of those little details right there. There's the symbol. I would never do a Michael Bay one. So this is what he's put out so far. Ozzy, the trooper, and then there's portraits of each one of them is what goes in these little question marks. That's his Marvel term, was Daredevil from the TV show, Storm, and Black Panther, and then all kinds of different poses with them. Then it was the T-Rex from Jurassic Park and Dr. Alan Grant from Jurassic Park were the movies, and the video games probably be released this week. Let me see. Let's go take a look around. So yeah, that just came out though, and I thought that was kind of epic. I'm gonna search on the back end real quick, make sure I'm not giving up any of my personal info and shit like this. But let me actually go, because I wanted to show you guys this shit too. Let this stuff load up. Hopefully it loads in. There it goes. Does it actually show my name anywhere? I'm just making sure I'm like kind of anonymous on this. This is Leia, X-Men. Looking through. No, it's not on here. I'm looking through a bunch of models right now and I'm not seeing it. It's got to be on my Colts account. I'm going to show you a couple of the other ones I've found. Actually, you know what? I can just do this real quick. Maybe it isn't. I just want to show you this. This is a teaser for one that I will be printing out very, very soon. And somebody's going to enjoy this when I show it. And I'm going to ask you guys, who do you think's going to go for this model right here? And Eugene, this is the model I have for the only Transformer I've gotten so far. I don't want to do him. I want to wait a little bit longer when I get the full collection from, I want to say it's Wicked. And yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Megatron. That's what I'm looking at, is I want a Megatron. I think Megatron, there's actually one where it's Optimus, G1 Optimus versus G1 Megatron. Nah, I don't think it would be her. I don't think she'd like anything to do with Henry Cavill Superman. So definitely tight. Oh God, it's definitely going for something else too. I wanted to show that to you guys. I'm gonna glue this together. Now I've got it recut down. It's still got to get primed. I can't even paint this tonight, even if I wanted to, because this is just raw off the printer. It's got to get a primer in there, a filler primer, so I can actually paint it. Yep, poor beans, poor beans. No, Henry Cavill will be going into. It's one of the things that I have looked at the parts list on it. I'm not full on competent in my painting yet, but I think I'm going to give him a shot. And that's one of the reasons why these Sunday shows will be suspended for a couple weeks. I think he's going to be one of the ones that I am going to print out and put into the back stock ready to paint. So, just saying. Just saying. But is there, what I should do is, are there like comic book characters that I haven't done you guys wanted to see, or? I think I've got, what are we in, April, May, June, July, August, September. I've got 5 months left, and then I get the full collection from Berserk and from Wicked. And then I'm going to have a ridiculous amount of models to choose from. There are others that I want to do for the wife too. There's another Medusa that I got down recently. There's a bunch of Greek myth and monsters and stuff like that. Gods, Egyptian gods. Actually, there's a couple of them that I'm looking at. I want to print out and paint that are biblical, like actual Christian myth, that are really fucking cool, like cherubim, archangels, shit like this. Anime characters, I don't have many of. Psylocke, I have not done a Psylocke. Let me see what I got for Psylocke. Let me bring back up my Gumroad. I think I have a couple models of Psylocke, but I don't know that I have one I like. I can actually spell it right. So I've got, I have this Psylocke. That's a pretty good Psylocke. Psylocke isn't bad. The Japanese one I don't know about, the Japanesey version, because there's also one of Beast I'm not sure about. The Juggernaut I just printed out, as a matter of fact, should be here. Yeah, there you go. Here's Juggernaut. So this was the other Juggernaut. This one's by Wicked. And he's just kind of stood there. And it actually goes in a duplex with him and Wolverine, and his helmet's cut apart. Like it's got an interchangeable head on the Wicked one. I really like the Wicked one, but I didn't feel like painting Wolverine too. And I didn't want him just standing there like, Rrr. I actually wanted him in action, which is why I went with this one. I went with this version of the Juggernaut right here. There's one, and I got it, but I'll show you guys. This is the one that I tried printing out, and it had so many fails in the printing, and I had to reprint so much stuff that I just threw the whole damn thing out. Also, the base to her would have taken 27 hours to print. So in Jean Grey's case, it was just too big of a base for me. I do actually have this in here, and I haven't done them yet. It's another one I'm thinking about doing. But I have that model, and I haven't even looked at it yet, because that's my character. That's my guy, and when I do him, I don't want to fuck him up. Come on, guys, give me more. Give me more. Give me more. Some of these I'll never print, by the way, but it is what it is. As far as anime goes, like what type of anime? Actually, you know what? I know Beans being the person who asked me about anime, you would probably like this. Levi. Got Levi, and then as you can see here, it's a diorama, but you got Levi and I guess Mikasa I must have on a different thing, or I can separate it from this print. What X-Men characters though? Be specific, because like if I do Wolverine, I got some badass Wolverines. I got Weapon X Wolverine. I've got like this bust of Wolverine. I probably wouldn't do a bust. It's just, how come I don't have, maybe if I go Logan. Yeah, there you go. I got Old Man Logan. That's actually a pretty cool print right there. I'm not going to lie. Oh, you guys can't even see it. Hold on. Move that in the frame. Now you can see them. Logan. There was a Nightcrawler I got I didn't like, and then there's another one that's not bad. This one I was like, I didn't like this. This is an early Wicked, like probably when they first started modeling version of Nightcrawler. I didn't like this Nightcrawler. That's Nightcrawler. Okay, so you said Phoenix or Beast? Well, that's why I was going with the Jean Grey. Here's the Phoenix for there's Phoenix. I've got this version of Phoenix. I think that's a pretty cool one. And then Beast, I only have one right now, I think. No, I've got Beast Boy as well, but no, it's a samurai. So I'm not real fond of that version of Beast. Beautiful model. I mean, like, beautiful, stunning model, but I'm not a big fan of it. There's one, and I can't show it because I have to go actually all the way out to Dude's Google Drive that I downloaded it from. But there's a diorama with Storm, Cyclops, and Wolverine laid out on the base. And then it's Apocalypse standing over him, and he's holding Emma Frost in one of his hands. The Beast Boy was really a pretty good sculpt. One of the other ones I was looking at, I might print out, is right here, Killer Croc. Pretty fucking nasty model. There's actually a dead guy that goes in one of his hands too that he has torn in half. What else do we have for X-Men? You got Cyclops. I like the Cyclops. I really wanted something more like him. The only problem is he's sitting in the chair and has like all this stuff with him and he's playing chess instead of just doing them like kind of this. Eventually, I will get the other version of Cyclops from Wicked for loyalty reward. When I do, I'll show that off. Maybe we'll go with him. The other one that I always wanted, actually, that's just Angel Spawn. I don't even think I have. Look through them. There's the Atrocitus. Doomsday. Actually, you want to see my favorite of the Superman ones? Is this. Let me see if I can find him. There he is, right down here in the corner. Zod just fucking like holding up a fucking beat to shit Superman. I love that model. Another one I thought about doing. Brainiac. He's got a whole ton of shit that goes to him though. Yeah, that's kind of a badass one. I mean, I can just page through because you get busts of all different characters. One I started to work on and then canceled it out before I started printing it. I was like, you know what? I don't know if I really want this damn thing. Is this one right here, the Big Daddy and the Little Sister. There's a lot to it. Another one I'd like to do for myself somewhere down the line. This one would be amazing to do. This Aquaman is a badass Aquaman. The Metroid, definitely the Varia suit. Looking so forward to it. I'm definitely thinking about doing this one. The only thing that I have kind of an issue with is I'm going to have to order a special paint that glows for the Metroids and the containment. These are all just recent months too, guys. Hinata, she was Naruto, I believe, right? I've thought about doing RoboCop and Ed 209. I might actually do Ed 209. I think that could be a fun one, but it'd be a quick paint job because it's mainly silver and black. Tai Lung from Kung Fu Panda. You have Kingdom Come Superman. I also thought about doing this one too, but I got to do the legend correctly. Good old Chuck Norris. This is one I'm gonna. This is good getting printed, and this is definitely going to my daughter-in-law. She loves her Silent Hill, and she loves her Pyramid Head. There you go, Yoko Littner. There's another anime for you. Like there's some on here that, like I said, I'll never print. This pretty cool looking Frankenstein. This is actually really cool, but I hate the character. But I love the way they did it with the stained glass and all that for Spider-Gwen. You guys saw me do this one. Right here. Did that one for the wife. Let's see. What else do we got? Juggie bust. Winter Soldier was pretty good. Aphrodite is a pretty good model. You've got some real bangers here. A lot of busts and stuff like that. You got every one of the Cenobites. Sailor Moon. I'd never do Sailor Moon, but she's there. If Les was still watching, I would have done that Sailor Moon for her. This mermaid's really, really cool. Predator King. Doctor Strange. Faye Valentine from Cowboy Bebop. This was actually free. This creator, I'm not real familiar with him, but he gave it away on a guy's live stream, and I downloaded it, The Green Goblin. Thought about doing that one. I don't know, though. There's James Gunn's Superman and Crypto and everything. She-Hulk, you guys saw me do her. Which they toned out her hair more green here, where I just did a full black wash on it. Not a big fan of this version of He-Man. It's a nice He-Man, but not a huge. I actually have all 4 Ninja Turtles, but it's not on this drive. Here's the Wasp I just did. Hey guys, look who it is. It's Smurf. He's right here with his dingus out. For Rogue, I was thinking about doing Star Killer, but actually I think I was going to do Darth Revan. There you go. Here's a couple more of the anime characters. The one guy, Carlos, that's CA3D. Shout out to him. Matter of fact, I gotta add his link to his Patreon, and this Juggernaut model's his. A lot of the She-Hulk model. After doing the She-Hulk model was the first one I did by him, and I was like, I don't know about this one and all that. And when I printed it out and everything, I was so impressed with the way he keys stuff, the actual design on the model, the minimalism on the base. Wicked has a tendency to go pretty, and Berserk too, they go pretty heavy on their bases. CA3D does more of a minimalist base as long as there's not a chair in there. And their shit comes out really, really tight when I paint it. And I'm impressed with them. They're worth the money. So I shout out to them. I definitely, I need to showcase them a little bit more, I think. I don't think I've shown them enough love. I show Wicked and Berserk because I'll tell you what, I'm ride or die with Wicked and Berserk. They always produce amazing things. The sculpting, bar none. Tomb Raider. There's our Psylocke. This one creeps the shit out of me too, this plain doll. The other thing with CA3D is they also do not safe for work models. They'll take like a model and make it not safe for work. So that's kind of where I've been hesitant. Here's the cherubim bust. Here you go. This is what I'm looking at. Like this cherubim, this angel right here. I love the way that looks. That's fucking just badass in my opinion. Another one is the seraphim. This thing is creepy as shit looking. David really wanted me to do Johnny Silverhand here. Toph from Last Airbender. And then, yeah, here's the Epic X-Men pack. So, of course, the models aren't here, but a lot of them I have anyway. They had Jubilee in there. They have a couple different versions of Rogue Storm, Emma Frost. Here's a Kitty Pryde. There's the Storm. There's the Rogue. There's Emma Frost. Domino. There's my Juggie. This also came from that guy who was giving away free models. He gave me a Les Grossman. Shout out to him. This is the Wicked version of She-Hulk. It was a toss-up between this one and the other one, but I figured I would actually print out that dude CA3D's model to see how it was. And this one, look at the size of the base on it compared to the figure. I was like, ugh. Whenever the bases are huge, I try to stay away from them because I don't feel like painting a giant ass base. Like, I'm always hesitant. If you guys ever notice, that's the worst thing I am with it, is painting the fucking base. So it's usually the figure I'm after, and I don't like just doing the portrait busts and all that because then you're not seeing the rest of the figure. Nightcrawler, the Barbarian Queen, Baba Yaga, the actual witch. It's a pretty good one. This Riddler I started to print and stopped, but it was before I got the FDM printer, so I might go back and revisit this Riddler. Ash from Evil Dead. I'm definitely thinking about doing that for my daughter-in-law for either her birthday or something like this. But you have some XR Kun. That's somebody that Rogue of the Leaf would be real into. We got James T. Kirk. RoboCop. This I'm going to eventually have to do for my son, and it is a huge fucking undertaking, guys. I mean, this thing is massive. The Balrog versus Gandalf. The whole fight scene. You shall not pass. It's going to be a lot to that one. The Two-Face I liked, but again, I didn't have the FDM printer at the time to do the plastic base. I may go print him out too. That might be one. This Mojo, I'm not a big fan of the character, but the model is just impressive. Like, I may have to do him. I was like, when I saw this one, this Kita, I'm like, who the hell's Kita? I don't even know what the fuck that girl's from. It's an animated movie. I'm like, what anime? From Atlantis, The Lost Empire by Disney. They did a great sculpt on her, though. I don't know, Eugene. I'll have to look. For some reason, that sounds familiar, though. Like, I think that the one dude, Carlos, did that one. For some reason. You got Savage Land Rogue, Madeline Pryor, all four of the Ghostbusters. The one thing I keep suggesting to Wicked, because he does the movies, and he still hasn't done one, and I'm hoping other people pick it up, I keep telling him, do the Goonies. He hasn't done the Goonies yet. He hasn't done Monster Squad. And I'm like, how do you skip the Goonies? Like, do Sloth, do, like Sloth and Chunk together. Do, you know what I mean? Do the Fratellis together or something like this. I think it's just too many models all in one piece. Like, it'd take them a while to do it, but maybe as a wild card or something you could do it. I don't know. Kikora from Kaiju number 8. Got her for anime. The Hulkbuster armor from Avengers. I love the Crow. They did a great job with him. Let's see. Joker from Arkham Asylum. It'd be a fun one. Riggs and Murtaugh. I'm too old for this shit. From Lethal Weapon. Ironmonger, Obadiah Stane, Universal Soldier. We got the Evil Queen, Morrigan from Dark Stalkers, the game. You got another Smurfy model right here, bud. Okay. Smurfy, and there's that guy, Apollo Creed. We fight all the time, back and forth. This one, I need to do. And I was afraid to do her because I didn't want to fuck it up. I was afraid of the skin tone and everything at the time. And I remember I actually had her downloaded and ready, pretty much almost sliced completely and ready to rock and roll. And I'm like, I'm not a good enough artist to make her look good. But Bleeze from DC. Here's the Ed 209. I like Ed 209 versus, over RoboCop, so I would do him first. This Darth Vader is pretty badass. Let's see. Silk Spectre. Superman with his ass kicked. I love that. I love that one for some reason. Sorry, I know you don't like it. Here you go. You wanted more mutants. X-23. That's a brilliant scope. Dude, the Jubilee is amazing too. Here's an actual Punisher. I may do him next year as Redemption. You know how I had Redemption on Bigfoot this year? I think next year I'm going to print out this Punisher and do him when we get to that point, just to show my progression. Dutch from Predator. And then you got the Predator stalking him. You also have the second version of him where he's holding up the flare. Good old Arnold. You also just have the Predator by himself up in a tree branch hunting. You've got John Stewart, Green Lantern. Magic's another mutant. You got everybody from Home Alone, including one big diorama of them. You got this one's something that Twisted would probably want. This Grim Reaper right here. He's all into that kind of shit. Weapon X version of Wolverine. Hal Jordan, this is when he basically had like parallax in him. I think I have Scorpion and Sub-Zero. I don't think they did Raiden. He'll come up, I'm sure, here in a minute. But you have all different Gremlins, too, from Gremlins 2 and actually the original Gremlins. You want to talk about somebody with a blue dingus? Here he is, Dr. Manhattan. Matter of fact, right here. There's Scorpion. Batman. Jason Voorhees, I've got to do. Superboy, Prime. The green and white Power Rangers. Supergirl with Crypto. This is one of their first models. If you look, it's from 2020. It was 3 years ago when they first started putting out their models and stuff. Scarlet Spider, I'm not a big fan of the character. You have a bunch of these, like it was called Deceased, and it came out. It's pretty badass. Decent Cammy, another version of Storm. Gambit and that version of Rogue's actually pretty nasty. This was a fail I did. I did this bust. I did it way, way small, and I failed on it. The skin looked terrible. White Lantern version of Hal Jordan. I don't know why they didn't do the white version or the White Lantern. Oh God, Kyle Rayner. That would have been a better version, to be honest with you. You got Geralt de Rivia from The Witcher, the actual Witcher, and then Ciri from the Witcher series too. This was one I thought about doing right here. Aliens. It's Sigourney Weaver's Ripley versus the Alien Queen. This one I want to do for my son eventually, Saint Walker, because we always say if anything, he would be the Blue Lantern. But I got to do it right. Old school original Daredevil Man in Black from the show. Star Sapphire. Leonidas from 300. I didn't see a Colossus sculpture, I don't think, but I definitely have seen this bust. Cyborg Superman. There's the Alien Queen just by herself. I may have to do that one. Just saying, guys, I may have to do the Alien Queen, but the only problem is when you're doing like the aliens and stuff like this, the character is completely black. So it's hard to work in because I'm going to have to hit it with charcoal layers. I'm going to have to hit it with off grays in different spots for the highlighting, everything. It's rough, but they got like the whole cast of aliens. There you go. That'll make you feel better there, right there, Eugene. Sub-Zero with the spine rip. We're just holding the axe. And then, yeah, Scorpion setting somebody on fire. They haven't done a Cable Witcher. I've looked. Everybody does the Witcher from the game. They for some reason, it's always pure game. They haven't done the Cable Witcher. That's one of those things. If I get good with sculpting, and I'm not good with sculpting, then maybe I could do my own version of the Cable Witcher. But at this point, that's a no-go, unfortunately. Let's see. Rocket. This is early on in Wicked's career, too. This one I have printed out and I have primed, and I actually have this in backstock, and I've debated reprinting it. I'm just going to be flat out with you. I've debated just reprinting the whole thing from ground up and starting over with it. Mario. I did this Mario. I didn't do the Luigi, but I did the Mario. I actually did that. That's one of my first prints and paints when I did Sonic and Mario for my daughter for Christmas. The Thanos I did. Black Canary is another one. I haven't found one that I really like. This one's pretty good. I just haven't found one that I'm in love with to do it. See, this is actually pretty cool too. The Ken vs. Ryu from Street Fighter. I actually really like this design here too, which I'm sure we'll come to it eventually, but it's the Predator Naru from the movie Prey. It's pretty good. I may have to do Necron too, the Black Lantern. That's an awesome Doctor Strange. There's our Optimus. We have the Patrick Stewart version of what's his name. This is one that I have to do for my wife, but I am so terrified of fucking it up. But Linda Carter, Wonder Woman. Also, Turbo Man from Jingle All the Way. Hawk Girl was pretty cool. The Keaton Batman. Yeah, this is an awesome version of Wonder Woman right here. I can't even. And that was from 2022. Like, he killed this. He just did such a great job on this Wonder Woman. And that was Berserk. It depends. So you've also got to. We've gone through this a couple times. It also depends on the fail. If a bigger piece fails when you're doing like a bust or a model, it can run you like $2 per fail, $3 per fail. If it's a leg or an arm, if they're smaller pieces like that, it can run you like $1. But it all depends on how bad you fail, how much of it's salvageable, smoothing it out, trying to get rid of, because the whole thing is when you're doing it, you're supporting the model, and you'll have what's known as support dents in it, basically, when they snap off. I try to let them soak in water because I use a water washable resin. It's just less, it's still toxic, but much less toxic. And I don't have to fill up my shit with, like my cleaning vat with alcohol. You can just use regular tap water on it and then just dispose of the water safely after, you clean the tank or what have you. But it depends. It can run anywhere from just in material cost. I'm going to say anywhere from $5 to $20, depending. Like on a full model, it's kind of the same thing. The FDM, now that I'm doing the FDM bases, it's cut down the cost quite a bit because the bases had a bigger tendency to fail, and they don't fail as much in the FDM. I've had one or two fail, but since I've dialed in that printer and gotten it really as level as humanly possible, all this kind of stuff, it's actually not terrible. Because the base on something can run you damn near as much as the model if there's enough, it's big enough. Now, when it comes to the paints are right around $4 a bottle. Yeah, I'm going to say right around $4 a bottle. Now, there's also specialty paints, which I haven't bought the specialties yet, like washes. You have things called washes that you can use, and a lot of people, that's how they get their, like my skin tones are okay, but I've seen people use the wash, and it's basically like diluted paint in there. I don't even know how much those cost. I haven't even looked into them yet, but they'll use like basically a transparent red, a transparent green, and a transparent yellow to color out the skin and really make it pop vibrant, which is how you're getting some of the paint jobs they get on these professionals that do it. But the paints can run you a good chunk of money. Then you also got to factor in, you got electricity. And then we'll take Wasp, for example, and I still got to paint the base tonight. But Wasp, I had to redo the heads. I had to redo the body because they were janked up. I think that was the main things. Oh, and then the wings. The wings I had to reprint. Like I had 2 prints on that. But how much time did it take to paint it too? If we go back, look at those streams, it was probably, I'm going to say 2 8-hour sessions. So 16 hours. You know what I mean? 16 hours of sitting here just cranking and painting and making it look sexy. So time is definitely one of those things that, remember, so Juggernaut, for example, I started painting him about a week ago, and I had to go back and the head failed, for example, when I was printing them out, because I had the head and one of the legs on the same plate. And the head failed, the leg came out all right. So I had to go redo the head on its own. That took an extra day, basically, to do all that and fuck with it and manipulate it and what have you. They make pre-supported models, but I don't like the way they pre-support them in a lot of cases. I don't like the way other stuff's hollowed, so I do all that stuff myself. I could eliminate a whole step and make it easier, I guess, on myself, but I don't like the way it feels like wasted materials with some of the way they support these things. So it depends. I mean, it really does depend. Because think about it. Yeah. Like Ian saying the time alone is priceless. Just if, let's say I do a nasty ass paint job, right? And I spend 24 hours on it. If you're getting a paycheck from a job, how much are you getting paid an hour? We'll even just go off minimum. We'll say the minimum wage is $10, right? At $10 an hour, that's $240 just for your paint job. You know what I mean? In your time. If we're breaking it down like that, that's just raw. And I don't think my paint jobs are all that great either. Like, I think I'm getting better with it, but I don't think I'm great. Yeah, pretty much. We'll say labor costs like two. Well, because then you have the other pain in the ass, right? Like you just saw how I probably spent like 40 minutes taking the base for Juggernaut and having to shave down things so that they fit together properly. And that was just the base. Like, granted, the model is keyed beautifully where everything just went together. And because of the way I supported it and everything when I was printing it out, I don't have too much post work to do to Juggernaut. Like he came out in a pretty good shot. Like I think I reprinted the leg, one of the legs and the head is what I ended up doing. And he snapped together for the most part pretty good, but removing the internal support so that I don't get bleed where all of a sudden the model just cracks and starts leaking fucking loose resin and water out of it is a pain in the ass too. But then, you know, some of the stuff I have to sand it down a little bit. I have to fix little potholes in it or remanipulate the model where it's joining. So there's a lot of work that goes into them, but it's a labor of love too. Like I like doing it. It does get time consuming. Let's see. Red Skull. I thought about doing Red Skull. The only thing is he's got a Swazi on his hat, so I've got to be careful with that one. Bizarro, you guys have seen me do Bizarro now, both of them. There's Grundy. I kind of want to do a big-ass version of Grundy, too, if I'm to be honest. The Lex Luthors look impressive. I actually have all the Fantastic Four, and I've debated doing all of them. The main one I want to do, though, is probably going to end up being this Doctor Doom. And then if I do him, it's going to take a while to print out. And I'm not seeing it in here. There's actually a diorama for all of the Fantastic Four together as well. This Black Mana is definitely on my list of shit I want to do and paint. Moon Knight, I'm not a big fan of. I've got a shit ton of them. You got Ares, like Wonder Woman villain. Who else we got coming up? There's the Thing. Sinestro, I did. You got that one actually came out pretty good. Galactus, you guys watch me do Galactus. To be honest with you, I wish I had manipulated magnets at that point because he had to switch out arm and head, and I went with one, and it's all glued together, so I'd have to completely redo him from scrap. Here's the Hulk bust. A lot of Star Wars stuff. The Hulkbuster versus the Hulk. There's that Throg I did for the wife. Carnage. There's a bunch of Carnage and Venom in here too, and they're pretty cool, but I haven't done them. Santana, I would like to see a really good model of her. Every one of the Guardians of the Galaxy. Swamp Thing's one I really want to do. Groot, I was debating doing. I've got to do this stupid Kuroki because the wife wants him. She likes her stuff. You got the Gal Gadot version of Wonder Woman. You also have Darkseid from Justice League. There's our Cavill Superman. I wanted there's a figure for Scarecrow, but I haven't gotten him yet. Same thing for Mr. Freeze. I think I only got the bust. I mean, that's just it. Your song, if you go by your labor costs, that's one thing. But how much would somebody pay for the song is the actual question. That's where you got to be at, Eugene, is how much can I put this shit on iTunes or what? I don't even know where you download songs from because I just, I listen to them right on the internet for free. I just got to listen to an ad before and after them. But how much is your song worth? That's, start marketing it out and putting it up on whatever site that people buy music from. That's what I can tell you. For me, you guys always say to me all the time, like, why don't you sell these things, Scam? Well, that may be the next step, but I've often told you guys until I feel that I can do the paint job justice, I wouldn't sell them, and I definitely wouldn't charge you guys like $200 fucking for them either. Like if I'm not a professional, and it would have to be outstanding. Like I would have to do an outstanding job and be like, I don't know, whatever fucking shipping cost is, and then whatever cost of materials is pretty much where I'd go with it. I mean, technically I'm making content when I paint it, so you'd actually, stuff like this. But I would do it because I know like Ian over there is just like, man, if you can do this, that, or the other thing, I'll give you, like, remember when E-Rock was in here and he was like, I'll give you $400. Bro, I would not sell this to you for $400. Like and honestly, that's one of the shitty things is I actually have a reprint because he wanted that teddy bear mimic. I actually had it set up to reprint, and then he disappeared. And I was going to send it to him. I don't know. I think I was like at like $30 or something with the shipping included, because it was just a small dumb thing. Beans, you're one of the ones that we will talk about it when we get to that point, and if it looks good and everything else, but it's in the pipe. It's never left my mind since I started doing all this. Never left my mind. David Mon, for example, the shipping on his shit overseas was 64 or something, and we got it down from like 100 to 64 to ship him that toga model he wanted that I painted. And the thing is that, I don't know if I should say this on the internets, but David Mon gave me his Crunchyroll, and I've been on his Crunchyroll for, I don't know, a year and a half now. I have my own slot on there. I watch all the new animes, all that kind of shit. And David has never asked me once to chip in to pay for it. And then when I send him over that model, he's like, oh, I'm sending you money or whatever. I'm like, bro, do not send me a fucking dime, because he already kind of prepaid for it, if we're going to be real honest. He prepaid for that shit he's paid for it a long time now, just in the shit I give him. So sent it off to him, and they broke the fuck out of it in delivery too, which is another thing I'd have to fuck with, is really getting shipping down if I'm going to paint them and sell them off, or, what have you. Some of these are older models. So like I said, there's stuff on here. Oh, I think that's it. All right, I hit the bottom line. I mean, look, cross those bridges, all that kind of shit. But again, I don't want to just put slop out either. It does. Hopefully that makes sense to y'all. I don't want it to be, hey, here's some shit. I slapped some paint on there. It kind of looks good. I'm going to send it off. I would want to do it where you've got a quality piece that you can look at, say, yeah, all right. It's one of those things with me where I don't know. I look at stuff when I get it, slip shot work, and it pisses me off. It angers me when I see slip shot work. Now, I'm not saying that I would achieve perfection before I start doing that kind of shit. I'm just saying that I would make sure that it was something that both parties were happy with, that kind of thing. I'm going to get this base together. So I can prime it tomorrow out in the sunshine when I'm doing yard work. Because I got to do yard work or the wife will hang me by my testicles. No. I mean, again, I'm not going to aim for perfection, but I'm also not going to send off shit. Nothing's ever going to be perfect. It's never going to be like, holy shit, that's perfect. But I also will not be like, oh, here you go. I put in minimal effort and this is what you got. I want it to have. That's one of those things my wife has made me realize over time, because I went in and I looked at, because she has all the originals. Remember, I started this off, I was painting stuff for the wife, all the cryptids and everything else. So the wife has them all in her room of requirement, we call it, her quiet room, where she does, her hobbies, reads books, chills in a big floofy chair and all that kind of stuff. And I'm looking at them like, man, if I could do that over again now, And the other day I was in there, I was like, damn, I really have come far. Look at that Loch Ness Monster versus like the King Cruel. And my wife looked at me and said the King Cruel is the better of the two paint jobs, but the Loch Ness Monster is the better paint job. What the fuck? And she said the whole thing is, it's when you were first starting out, this is what you put out, and you worked your ass off on it. And I know you worked your ass off on it. You put your heart into it. You really were trying, even if it wasn't coming out. You put a part of yourself in there, and that's honestly, that's the only kind of paint job I would be willing to send somebody. I don't want it to be a half-ass effort of, oh, I'm just painting the paint. Well, we need the money coming in, because I don't need the money coming in. I want it to be something that it's a challenge, but I want to keep challenging myself. It's the only way I'm going to get better. But I want it to be a labor of love too. And I want the person who gets it to be able to love it as well. I'm going to be stepping up the glue game to epoxy here soon. Fucking dangerous for me to play with epoxy, but I'll end up gluing like my eyelids open or some shit by accident. But I fully intend on switching up to epoxy real soon here. I mean, this Gorilla Glue's great, but it takes like 24 hours before it full cures. Takes like 5 minutes of holding something together. So it's not even that, but here's the other thing, guys. Let's say Joe Schmuckatelli jumps into, sorry to anybody named Joe Schmuckatelli, but let's say Joe Schmuckatelli jumps into this stream or whatever, is like, oh, I really want, a Bizarro, or I really want a Brainiac. I really want this. I really want that. I'm going to be very hesitant on doing it for them. The reason being, so it's one thing if like, I want a Henry Cavill Superman. I want this, I want that. Eugene's like, I want an Optimus Prime with a big blue dingus on him, right? Something like this. The people that I know who's been there the entire time. I know who's supported the entire time. I know who's been along for the ride the entire time. Those are the people that get that kind of thing. I'm definitely not at a point where I can just hammer them out and do them commercially, right? I don't know if I'll ever be at that point. But when it's for a person that has always been there for the ride, that's where I'm willing, Ian, to make the exceptions of, yeah, maybe I'll let that go. Maybe I'll do that for you and send it off to you. You know what I mean? Not just random people on the internet. It's got to be actual, like, yep. Because then I'll put something of myself into it, into the paint job. No matter how shitty or good, I'll put something of myself into the paint job. Listen, I hear you, and I struggled with the decision, but I looked at it logistically, and if I don't at least get 3 models in the back stock where I can just randomly pull them, like I said, I figured I'd still be working on Wasp on this stream, and then I'd have plenty of time for Juggernaut to print and everything else and all. And I'm like, shit, what am I going to paint? Like, if you look, what do I have painting? Juggie primed, so I can probably primer paint Juggernaut, and I got the base. But if I start painting Juggernaut, like if I had started them right at the beginning of the show, like I do, I would have had them knocked out next Thursday, and then it would have been a race to Sunday again. I'm cutting off my leeway, like I'm cutting myself to the quick, so to speak, because shooting out stuff on 2 different printers, hollowing it, supporting it, doing reprints on things. Like I said, Jean Grey, I actually threw in the trash. I got a good chunk of the model printed, and then when I started putting like the arm into the body, it's like, oh, the waist fits perfect, the right arm's perfect, the left arm's all wonky, but it's not the left arm, it's actually the torso I've got to reprint. Oh shit. So then I go reprint the torso. Well, now the waistline's wonky, the fucking arm's fucking perfect, the other arm's a little wonky. I'm like, well, now I got to reprint it again. It was like I legit burned out a week's worth of printing trying to get her ready to rock and roll, and it didn't work. I ended up throwing her away anyway. That's part of this problem. Hey, Eugene, you don't have to hit up gigs. I can do them now. I can actually print them. That's what this is. This is what gigs is printing in. Now, I don't even know if he's actually doing it commercially or not. I haven't figured that part out. Because he said he was doing it commercially and selling stuff, but all the stuff I saw were like flexi toys that I can find on Thingiverse and stuff like that, and fidget spinners, and I haven't seen him... I haven't seen the store for him, nothing, but he said that's what he was going to do, and I haven't seen it. He even bought like 2 printers, I want to say. 2 of the FDM printers. But yeah, I can actually do the full mask in one piece and shit with the printer I have now. But I need the file for it. I can't sculpt. That's the problem. I don't know if he could sculpt either. I think he needed the file as well. Okay. So yeah, you have to look. I mean, if you go through him, then like if he's got it, I'm going to support his business over me printing something, you know? This is going to be fast as shit, I think. This is mainly grays. I already inlaid black when I was going into the primer black, so I don't have to worry about all that. It's just firing up the airbrush and getting her gray and a little bit of highlight on there. Use a little tape too. I don't like that flex in it though. I want to pull that a little tighter. Trying to get as much pressure on there as possible. In a way, if my hair ties weren't so long, speaking of my hairs, dude, I'm going to end up bald. I keep shedding hair like that. My hair ties weren't so tight, it would fit around this. I mean, not just that, but I'm still subbed to those Patreons, and I plan, like, so the whole thing with CA3D, if I'm to be honest, I was going to get the backstock and just be done and, like, discontinue the Patreon. He's put out enough quality work and everything else, and when I was on one of the streams and they were showing off his stuff, I complimented it, and he actually messaged me and said, you know, thank you. If it wasn't for you guys supporting us, we couldn't do the models and stuff like that. And because his community, it's never been about the artists. The artists are fantastic. He's got, if I'm to be honest, he's got a pretty damn pervy community. Like, they want, because again, they do not safe for work models out of the models they produce. So people will pick a model instead of going for the cool thing. In a lot of cases, they were going for the sexy girl. So anytime anime came up, did you notice there's only like 1 or 2 male anime characters? Everything else anime was all female. It's because those the guys that he has in there, and you know, hey, look, shout out to them. They're spending their money, and he's a modeler. He's a businessman. He does what the community wants. That's where he's making his bread and butter. I can't fault the artist. But he definitely has some people in there. The one that got me was they did Sabrina Spellman. For those who don't know, that's Sabrina the Teenage Witch. The name says it all there. She's a teenage witch. And there was some fucking dude in the comments like, I can't wait for the NSFW on this one. And like 10 of us were like, dude, what the fuck? It's a teenager. What's wrong with you? So, but I've decided to keep his Patreon because they do such a good job. Their models are tight. I definitely enjoy, there's models that I'll never paint, but he does models that I'll definitely fucking paint. And then what he's been doing to offset it lately, because I guess the community was complaining, guys like me, about we don't need all these, like, you know, big booby women and all this kind of stuff. If you're going to do a girl, we can understand you're doing the character sexy. That's fine. Still printable, paintable, and all that stuff. And that, but we want more hardcore good characters. And he listened, because now instead of it being we pick everything, he'll leave in 2 surprises, and those surprises are usually pretty badass male models that were in voting before and nobody chose them. So he listened to his community, everything else. My interaction with him was a very pleasant one, and he was thankful. I'll support him. So I've got to add him actually into the Wicked and Berserk, like, advertising for him, because I will support the artist. Wicked and Berserk, I love their models. The thing is, a lot of times they'll undersize the boobs on them, especially if it's something like Power Girl. The way she's drawn in the comics, she should have a huge rack, if we're being honest here. But, yeah. Yeah, you know what I mean? They definitely made her the sports model, we'll call her. And that's fine, but it's not what the character should actually look like. It's almost like they hadn't cracked the female form yet, where the other guys nailed the female form, but also accentuate it in ways where it's like, a little pervy here, bud. I mean, it's one of those fucked up balances where you can do a sexy girl in a sexy pose, a superhero or whatever, but make it where it's artistically pleasing. I guess it's the best way of saying it, or tasteful. Again, you're doing, I don't know who does grab the NSFW versions, prints them, paints them, and all that, and then proudly displays them in their house. Like if you're a single dude, you bring a girl home and she says, "Oh, look at these these are really cool. Oh, look at the paint on that." Well, yeah, that's what I do in my hobby. And then she starts looking at them and it's like, they all have their boobs and their hoo-ha out. What the fuck am I looking at? I didn't even know Bob dropped in the stream. What's up, Reb? How are you, brother? How have you, how have you been, my friend? What's new? Anything newsworthy going on outside of blockades and old friends like claiming things on people? I'm hanging in there, brother. I was just explaining that I'm cutting out the Sunday stream for a couple weeks. Again, guys, I'm not doing away with it permanent. It's so I can build up backstock. Once the backstock's built up, we'll go ahead with it. You know what I mean? I'll bring it back. It's not going away forever. Just I'm gonna run out of shit to paint. Even with my printer running 24/7, I'm still gonna run out of shit to paint. And you know, the whole thing is, the one thing I will not do is say to my wife, I'm running out of stuff to paint because of how long it's taken with the printer. Because my wife is that person that'll be like, you got another printer coming. Like, oh, well, shit. She already tried to hit me with that because the bigger model to the one that I have now is called the Jupiter. And I mean, this fucking thing's huge. And she was like, yeah, so the Jupiter's 2 is coming out and it's going on pre-order. Do you want me to pre-order it for you? I'm like, no, I'm out of space with the one I've got. Jesus, no. Well, just because it's Sunday doesn't mean shit can't happen. Well, yeah, well, that I announced it on today's show, Reb. I announced it earlier. I see what you're saying. No, I said it earlier. Just so everybody has a heads up when it's like next Sunday comes around, everybody's like, what the fuck? He's not streaming. All right. We have the spray primer on here. We do. I need to go dark gray. Where's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hey guys, what's going on? It's Smurf. I'm here in the Amazon warehouse. Can you hear the blue dingus vibrating? Hey, check it out, guys. Shout out to Smurf, by the way. I haven't talked to Smurf in a minute. I know he's been busy with work, all that. Streaming opposite days. I don't know why the fuck David Mom wants to play Monopoly on game night either. That's kind of weirding me out. I saw that. So that's something I didn't get into, Rebel. And I actually should ask all you guys. What do you think about that? Did everybody see the tweet and hear it and all that? Have you guys seen this shit? Trump tweeted out like Alex Jones is a nobody and Candace Owens, like Macron's wife looks better than Candace Owens. Look, I don't like Candace Owens, but you can't say the woman's not attractive. Just saying. and definitely Macron's wife. Yeah, like no. Like what the fuck, man? Like he kind of went off, and I was laughing. I was laughing about it, but it's still it fucked me up. If I'm to be honest, like some of the shit he was saying, I was like, really, dude? Like that's some dickhead shit. Like he just trolled the shit out of all of them. Like, why would you go that hard? These are the people that you know helped you get elected the whole way through. Like, you're always worried about loyalty and shit. What about to the people that brought you to the dance? You know, just because they said shit you didn't like or don't agree with what you're doing. Come on, man. You got to be, you want loyalty to you, but you got to have loyalty to others too. If you want that respect and that loyalty, I think. Just my opinion. But yeah, I thought the whole exchange was very third grade shit, if I'm to be honest. But it was funny. Doesn't mean it isn't funny. I mean, everybody made money. CNN made money because of them too. But you know what? I wasn't listening to CNN to, you know, be persuaded to vote for Trump. I'm just saying, when you do a campaign stop and your main attraction was Tucker Carlson, and he's out there full-throatedly endorsing you. What about Marjorie Taylor Greene? Like, so that's just it. They made money. Yes, I agree with you. But what happens if it went the other way and he didn't win the elections? What happened if it backfired spectacularly in a terrible fashion? What then? And they made no money and just completely like put their asses out there and got run over. You know what? But I agree with you. So it's the same way. Why I can put it in different terms. Actually, outside of politics, it's well, and it includes politics, but it's the reason why I started watching Nerdrotic. Right. So with Nerdrotic, and actually heel versus babyface as well. Now I'm thinking about it. Not so much Geeks and Gamers, but Nerdrotic and heel versus babyface in particular is because I was watching Doctor Who at the time, and it was actually a YouTuber before Nerdrotic called Bolstrick, who was the first one who was really calling the shit out. But I was watching Doctor Who and I'm like, man, this stuff feels like it's going down the tubes and it sucks and everything. Then I would go read online reviews and everybody's raving about it and how stunning and brave everything. I'm like, this stuff kind of sucks. Maybe I'm the only geek because I'm a nerd. I'm a geek who feels this way about this shit. You know, I love my stuff and it feels like somebody's pissing on my pop culture. And then Nerdrotic was, I'm going to say he only had like 30,000 subs at that point. 30,000, maybe 40,000 subs. So he was somebody on the internets, but he wasn't like as big as he is now. And he would do parties for every Doctor Who, like, you know, they do the Christmas specials and all that stuff. And he would review them. And I tuned in and would watch him and he'd go, guys, I'm going to be honest with you. I was fucking disappointed. This is why. And it didn't start off like that. He loved a lot of the stuff and called it out when it was good, but then started calling it out when it was bad. And then as it got, I was like, so I'm not alone in this camp. And that's where I started watching him a lot. I agree with that too. And that's where I'm at, Rebel. I'm going to call out both sides evenly. Look, you guys know how I am. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion. I give you mine, but I try to call it right up the fucking middle. You know, I'm not just going to say, well, everything's great and you just got to give him time to cook and he'll figure this all out, when I look at it and go, no, that was a fuck up. No, that's a mistake. Nope. You're not handling this, not even just the way I perceive it, but just in general, objectively, outside of my own biases, you're not handling this in a way. I tell you guys, I try to be honest with everybody. I've told you guys that from Jump Street, though, that if I did something like this, like I did a stream like this, that I would be honest in my opinions. You know, take them or leave them. Sometimes I'm going to have bad takes. Sometimes I'm going to have good takes. But it's up to you. You know, if you agree, you don't agree. It's not for me to tell you how to think. Think for yourselves. I'm just going to tell you my opinion on it, and some shit you're going to agree with, some stuff you're going to be like, I completely disagree, and that's fine. But it also goes back to, and I can't remember who the fuck I was going off about this either. Pretty much like any big time YouTuber. As a matter of fact, now that I'm thinking about it, I think it probably was ABL. That don't ever forget who brought you to the dance and recognize who brought you to the dance. And those people, they brought them to the dance. Sure, I'm sure they did make money, but in my opinion too, there should be some, you can't ask for complete loyalty without, you know, giving complete loyalty either. And taking it to the map. And that's just it. Can you actually say Trump's really loyal? Because I'll tell you who wasn't there in 2026 and made just as much money. Hell, if not more money back then. Ben Shapiro. And he was never Trump. And he was all about DeSantis. If you remember. Right up until Trump started stomping him into fucking like the earth in the primaries. All of a sudden, then it switched up to, oh, well, Trump. Mark Levin was another one. And those are the guys that he's saying that you should listen to over Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Megyn Kelly, Alex Jones. And it's like, I've had my own issues with Alex Jones. I've told you guys this. I think he just throws darts at a wall and whatever, you know, like every now and again he hits a bullseye and everybody's like, oh, he's right about everything. And it's like, no, he's not. I mean, look, I don't think he should have been 25th. I think he's competent in the office. I've often said that I can see the Democrats going for impeachment at their own peril, because I think that would be a stupid move, because even if it went through, you just got J.D. Vance and he's got time to cut his teeth and prove shit before a 2028 election. You're going to empower him, you know? But yeah, I know I did see the clip of Alex Jones saying 25th Amendment is ass. I think that's going a little bit too hard and a little bit too far, in my opinion. But at the same point in time, Trump has shown that he has pretty damn thick skin to deal with some of the bullshit he's been through. And it looked real thin skin when he just lashed out hard on all of them. You know, but yeah, and Ben Shapiro proved to me that you're basically you are the softest of soft, if I'm to be honest. Because I've seen guys get stomped out by Dave Smith. And I'm not going to say Dave Smith's the greatest debater out of everybody or any of this kind of stuff. But Ben Shapiro, wants to take a position of he's morally right and what he says is the actuality of things, but he's unwilling to debate anybody on his facts. The only person he didn't want speech silenced for was himself, if we're to be honest with it. Once it came down to everybody else that was in opposition to him, all of a sudden, no, that person needs to be deplatformed. It goes back to what I was saying with Kino Casino with the quartering. Quartering was all right with him, popping holes in everybody else and breaking other people's balls. But the moment that Eye of Sauron turned on him, all of a sudden you're going to flag the channel and get him taken down. Like, yo, what the fuck are we doing here? You're either free speech or you're not free speech. You're either going to play in a guideline or you're not going to play in a guideline. And Ben Shapiro falls into that camp for me too. So yeah, I agree with you, Rebel. Fuck Ben Shapiro. Lindsey Graham, Bob, shout out to Bob. Bob's pointed out, he's like, well, Gam, you live in South Carolina. Lindsey Graham brings in a ton of money for South Carolina. He's not wrong. Right? At the same point in time, I can tell you guys now why Lindsey Graham will handily win South Carolina, and it has nothing to do with the money he brings into the state. He will handily win South Carolina because whoever runs opposition to him is always an asshole. Like, we're talking like they'll run like a Mom Donnie against fucking Lindsey Graham down here. And you're like, yo, what do you, like, Democrats got no shot when it comes to here. But even in the primaries, they'll bring in somebody that is, they say they're conservative, but they might as well be a Democrat. If we're really going to cut it down to brass tacks, where you're shaking your head. You would need somebody else from here that is very, very good, very, very strong to unseat him as a senator, to primary him out. And it would have to be somebody like, and he's already got the job, Tim Scott. We got Tim Scott from here. You would need a Tim Scott to take out a Lindsey Graham here. You would need, oh God, what's his name on Fox News now? He retired from Congress. Trey Gowdy. You would need him to run for Senate. He would take out Lindsey Graham in a heartbeat here. But matter of fact, what's her name? Miss Lockjaw. Fucking Nikki Haley. Nikki Haley would take out Lindsey Graham here, but it would just basically be replacing a neocon twink with a woman that was war-bound, you know? He gets his money from the a lot of the religious groups, but mainly from the military-industrial complex here in South Kakalaki. So Nikki Haley, when she was governor, and I've gone over this with Bob, Nikki Haley brought Lockheed Martin into South Carolina to a point where, remember, we've got Parris Island here, which is where they train the Marines. We have Charleston, which is a maritime base there. That's what Bob always talks about when he was stationed in South Carolina. Shout out to Bob. You have a lot of military here. A lot. And Lockheed Martin coming in was the equivalent of Chicago or New York getting an Amazon. You know what I mean? It generated so much money, so many jobs and everything else. And they fund him. He keeps advocating for war and using those weapons. They fund his campaigns and shit. And the cycle continues. I mean, AIPAC's probably part of it, but I'd have to look that up. I'm going to say there's not a huge Jewish community in South Carolina. Now, when I was in New Jersey, there was a huge Jewish community in New Jersey. As a matter of fact, shout out to the Jewish community there, because Jewish delicatessen, you're not getting better pickles, better bagels, better anything, because they know their foods. But yeah, that's so if you really want it, like want to know how he stays in power, it's one, they always either run terrible primary opponents that get no money, no support, and all that. Plus, down here, one of those things I've realized is a lot of this state runs off an old boy network. Good old boy network. It's not so much how good you are at something or even how much you know. It's who you know and how well connected and how in depth their family is entrenched in the state's history. There's certain names down here where when you say them, if you're a member of that family, even an offshoot member of that family, it carries way, way more weight than your average citizen. As a matter of fact, you can go and there's a Netflix series on it. There was this famous case of this dude named Murdaugh down here. And he I want to say he killed his wife. It was like 2 towns away from where I lived too. The whole court proceeding was going on and all that when my daughter was visiting. She's like, holy shit, that's where this is happening? And my wife's like, yeah. But yeah, it's one of those things. The families down here are entrenched and it's old school Southern money. Dude, I'm telling you what though. You want bagels, you want fucking pickles. You go into these delicatessens, Jewish delicatessen, because I think it's Lakehurst for some reason. It may not be Lakehurst. I worked up near it in a place called Freehold, New Jersey. And it was like not far from there, but apparently that's where one of the main places that rabbis go to get like ordained or something is. So it's like there's a heavy, heavy Jewish community there. And to be honest with you, they're very good people too. Not going to lie at all. Every interaction I've ever had with them, they've always been nothing but polite, nice, and everything else to me. Didn't call me a goyim or nothing. You've never had a bagel? Oh man. If you're ever in New Jersey, get yourself a bagel. Go to an old school Jewish delicatessen and get yourself a bagel. Blow your mind. You got to get the pickle out of the big ass pickle barrel. Dear Lord, it's some good eats. Amazing eats. I mean, like I said, and that's why I say, like, whenever I go off about stuff going on in Israel, I'm talking about the government, and I'm not talking about the people or their religions, because yeah, I've had nothing but good interactions with them. It's the same way I don't, Netanyahu should be coming here and advocating for everything for Israel, but Trump should be telling him to go pound sand and shit. It's really Trump who has to make those decisions. So, in a way, I don't blame Netanyahu. I just don't like the way he lies. And he lies a lot. And there's documented history of it where I think it was General Kane, which did you guys see? I want to say it's a New York Times article that had come out where like Rubio, General Kane, and I can't remember who the other one was, all disagreed with Trump's decision after Netanyahu. It was Netanyahu who did come to the White House and pitch hitting Iran and all that stuff. And then when he left the room, there's a whole conversation between all of them. And I don't know who leaked the conversation. I have no idea. But apparently, like Rubio said, like they brought up 4 points. He's like, we could pull off these first 2 points. 3 and 4, I don't see happening, which were regime change and a public uprising, which didn't happen, never materialized. And then General Kane said, sir, I will tell you from my perspective, whenever they come here, whenever Netanyahu has come here, they have brilliant intelligence. They have some of the greatest intelligence in the world. They always overpromise and underdeliver. I mean, I don't care if they're from Europe or wherever. I'm just saying, it's like if I go into a pizzeria in New Jersey and I walk in and the guy's got a heavy kind of Italian accent, I'm pretty sure I'm going to get some fucking amazing pizza. Don't ask me why. That's just the way that works. If I go into a Chinese store, like Chinese food place, and it's a young kid working, I walk the fuck out. If it's an older Chinese person in there, or like 3 people that can't fucking speak English and can only speak Chinese, I know I'm getting good Chinese food. It's just, that's, I'm not saying it's right or proper or anything. I'm just saying that's the way it is, It's just the way the food works in New Jersey. Like if you've got a fat Italian man with a with that big bushy mustache on the pizza box, and then you go to talk to the owner of the place, and they have that same look about them, you're getting good food. That's the only thing I ever miss about New Jersey is the food quality. I don't know anything about Eric Swalwell and the cheating allegations, or I haven't seen it. I do know that does not shock me at all or surprise me, because there was a point in time where he was drunk and he was doing interviews or something, and he was talking to somebody and didn't realize he was being recorded, and was talking about, like, oh, did you see this chick in there or that chick in there? Somebody's like, yo, aren't you married? And he's like, yeah, but she doesn't know about it, and stuff like this. And he was hammered, so he didn't even know that the cameras were catching him. So none of that ever shocks me with Eric Swalwell. He's a piece of shit. Absolute piece of shit. There's certain people that are shitty human beings. He's one of them. He thinks he's like somebody special, and he's no one. He's just a piece of shit. And Newsom, the only thing I've seen with Newsom is I saw his wife give a speech about something, or was giving an interview or some shit. And man, that bitch is loopy. Like she is. I opened the windows so that I can smell the burning tires during the riots, kind of loopy. You're like, woof. You want to talk about something that's going to fuck Gavin Newsom up? He runs for president. It's going to be that woman right there. Because she does not have his interest at heart. She's like, she runs off every one of those, like, yeah, this is why Trump got elected fucking talking points. Like, yeah, we need more women in more men in women's sports and shit. Like, what the fuck? Do you not understand that this failed? This is part of what killed you guys off in 20. And that's just it. As much shit as I'm giving Trump about everything going on, right? The fact of the matter is, and I said this, well, the Republicans got this on lock unless Trump really fucks up here. But also don't discount the Democrats to fuck things up even worse and make them less unpopular than the fucking Republicans. So I mean, I'm sure it is only coming out because he's running for governor of fucking California. I can believe that. I see that as truth. It's probably been an open secret the whole time and nobody's talked about it. I mean, look at it this way. Trump's always had to deal with Russia in his business life and stuff like this. Like, remember, he's going to put Trump Tower over in Russia at one point, right? It didn't come up until he was running for president. Nobody gave a fuck. It's only when you're getting keys to something important that people give a shit about these things. And this is what I'm saying, right? Like, if you couldn't figure out he was a shitty human being before that shit came out, like, what the fuck? And if you're married to him, it's the same way where I don't give Christy Nome any kind of pass with her husband's behavior, right? Same kind of deal. Oh, I didn't know my husband was putting on big old fake boobies and going on the internet and doing this bimbo fetish shit with OnlyFans chicks and all that. The fuck you didn't. Like, who you trying to kid? It's the same way. It's like, what, you think her husband doesn't know that she's knocking boots with that dude Lindowski or whatever his name is? Of course he does. If we know this shit, and it's pretty much like we're public people, and they're public people, public figures, we know this stuff as just average people that I don't know who Christy Nome is. I don't know where she lives. I don't know nothing about her. You think the guy that like is on the mortgage with her and has a ring on his finger doesn't know all this shit about her? Get the fuck out of here. You don't know that shit about your husband? You're a lying bitch. Oh yeah. Well, you can be loopy like that. I mean, trust me. Shit's not just exclusive to women of being loopy or being like, what the fuck? Guys do it all the time too. Hey, there is no exclusivity in gender in your sexual chromosomes on your level of stupidity. It hits everybody evenly. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter the color of your skin, the religion you're in, or what you got between your legs. Like, stupidity is stupidity. And there's a lot of fucking stupid people. And I mean, this is one of those things. People think abortion's bad. Just think of how many more stupid people we'd probably have in the world if abortion wasn't legal. I mean, look, again, they're grown ass adults. They can do whatever they want in their bedroom. I look at it for the lulls. I think it's just, something I'm going to laugh at. I don't give a shit the dude's doing that. If he was doing it to a bunch of 6-year-olds, all right, that's a different story. Then I'm going to give a shit. But he's going on to an OnlyFans site and all that. That's some shit between her and her husband, like or him and his wife or whatever the fuck. Like, it's between you and your spouse at that point. I'm not here to shame people on what they do in the privacy of their own home. You're not hurting kids. You're not hurting animals. You do you. Not my cup of tea and not what I'm all about, but who the fuck am I to judge you for your sexual proclivities? I don't know. Like I said, as long as you're not hurting kids or animals. You cross one of them two lines, well, then I'm going to go both barrels at you, but I'm just going to it doesn't mean I'm not going to make fun of you and laugh at you because it's fucking pretty funny. But yeah, exactly. And, I know you're agreeing with me, but that's just, don't sit here and lie to us. Like, oh, we're going to work it out. What's there to work out? Dude likes dressing up like a chick and going on the internet with OnlyFans. My wife already would have killed me and put me she would have taken, especially if she was Christy Nome, she would have just taken me out back like I was one of her dogs that didn't do right and just, put two in my head and bury me somewhere. Write it up in her memoirs when she's like in her late 70s. Like, you know what I mean? But it's the same thing on the other end. She's clearly sleeping with the other guy, and to a point where it's supposedly an open secret in Washington D.C. that everybody's known about for a while, since before she got in charge of Homeland Security or whatever she was in charge of. Was it Department of Homeland Security? I mean, it's some of them. It blows my mind. Yeah, there's a couple of them that have shocked me. I'm shocked that Tulsi Gabbard didn't step down. If I'm to be honest with you, I was actually shocked by the fact she didn't just say, "Yeah, I disagree with this and I'm resigning my post," like Joe Kent. But apparently, that's why they're talking about she might get removed from the administration, is because she didn't disavow Joe Kent. Rebel, you're not wrong with they're all freaky up there. Do you remember there was that video in one of the chambers of the Senate or the House or whatever? And like, dude was getting his back blown out and like they filmed it and it leaked on the internet. Like, I mean, you got shit like that. Apparently, Lindsey Graham, that's another one. And again, I'm going to throw this under rumor and speculation because I'm not part of the DC, like, anything to do with it. But somebody else was saying that that's an open secret in DC that basically whenever Lindsey Graham's in DC, he goes and gets young male prostitutes. And apparently that's an open known thing. Now, do I know that's true? I don't. I don't have evidence of that and everything else. So it's an allegedly or a rumor or whatever. But supposedly that's an open secret among everybody. Like, I don't know what he does or what he doesn't do. I'm not in Lindsey Graham's life or his DMs or any of that shit. So I have no idea. But that is supposedly, I've definitely heard that before. I've heard that in a couple different places too. And that's just it. How did nobody get in trouble for it? That was during the Biden administration, right? That shit happened. Am I right or wrong, Reb? We send these people in, they take our taxpayer dollars, and like we want them to do the best job for the country, and that's what you're doing is railing out some dude in an empty chamber of the House or the Senate or something, and then filming it on top of it and letting it leak to the internet. What the fuck is wrong with you people? I mean, if I'm to be honest, the big thing with the left is LGBTQ plus IA minus sign divided by representation in their party, right? For some reason, why wouldn't it benefit Lindsey Graham to just come out and be like, yeah, I'm a gay man? Because then the Republicans could say, well, look, we've got our own gay person here. We have representation too. I mean, they're more than willing to do that shit with Tim Scott for him being black and a senator. What the fuck? Like and Tim Scott can never be president either. He's too good of a person. Like he actually is a good person. I haven't seen it where he, like I've never heard living here. I've never heard dirt on Tim Scott where it was like, oh, he did this fucked up thing. He's always like apparently been a decent human being. It kind of showed on the debate stage. But yeah, they got to fix this whole, they better fix this divide pretty damn quick. Because there is an opportunity right now for everything to just kind of fall apart if they're not careful. Dude, Lauren Boebert, she's divorced from her husband or whatever now. With Boebert, if I remember correct, and you guys will correct me because, like I said, the internet's way smarter than I am. But wasn't the accusation on Boebert that she was a stripper before she became a congresswoman? And then I know she's divorced, and they caught her during some play that she was at. And she was on a date with a dude, and the dude was like, she basically gave him a handy, I want to say, during the play or something like this. Like, he was like feeling her up, and then she reached over and started rubbing his crotch. No, Tim Scott's, he's, as far as I can tell, he's not fruity. He's just, I'm going to say, a little awkward. I don't think he's gay, though. I can't really see it with him. He just, he seems to get anxious, is the best way I can say it, when he's put under pressure. I think that's the best way of saying it, is he gets anxious. But he never struck me as somebody who was gay. Like Lindsey Graham all day long. Like, if you told me he walked around like Randy from fucking Trailer Park Boys before he was elected, I'd believe it. Yeah, he and Lindsey Graham's another never Trumper, by the way, guys. He was all about this man can't get elected, and he's lying, race baiting, this, that, and the other. Like, he had a whole campaign against Trump because he ran against him for president in 2016 or 2015 or whatever. She wasn't, I don't think she was riding him. I think he reached over, he like went up her shirt, if I remember correct, something like this. And then she reached over and started rubbing his crotch. I mean, she's a makeup face though. She's my mom. My mom taught me this when I was a child. I'm not even making this up to you guys. When I was like probably like 11 years old. And it was one of the most brilliant statements my mother has ever said to me. She said, if you think a girl is super attractive and all this other stuff, make sure you see her without her makeup in the morning. Make sure you catch her when she doesn't have a stitch of makeup on. She's just woken up in the morning. Because women look a whole different way when they first wake up and later on in the day, and see if she's still beautiful. Because you can do shit with makeup and you can cover stuff up. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not even just that. They had bad stuff to say where it was he could never be our president kind of deal. And like, but that's the inner circle at this point too. And you're like, how does that happen? You want loyalty from all these people. Was it you broke them and made them bow before you? Like, what is the deal with this? Why are you capitulating to somebody like a Lindsey Graham? You know? My big thing was, I'll tell you what's terrifying to me too, guys. Just to me, and I don't know if anybody else caught this. When that ceasefire got announced, did you see how different people freaked out? The same people that are supporting the shit out of Trump and all that, saying he's making a mistake. Like Mark Levin was a good one. He was like, Mr. President, you need to keep hitting these people until the entire regime is gone. Blah, blah, blah. And like going off about it. You can't give them a ceasefire. You can't give them peace. Or like what's the one chick who looks like Jigsaw? The real creepy ass looking one. I don't even know the girl's name. And I say girl, I mean woman's name. She's like, every time I see her, I hear her voice for 30 seconds and turn off whatever clip it is. So I can't even remember her fucking name. If you guys say it, I'll know exactly who it is. Yeah, Trump always chickens out. That's what the taco thing is. I didn't know what the hell they were talking about when it's like, tacos or whatever. Trump always chickens out. No, I think he really, in his heart of hearts, he thought he was doing the right thing and that the people would rebel and rise up and the regime would fall and topple immediately and all that kind. I really think he did believe that it was going to be easy because he just got those wins in like Venezuela. Venezuela went easy. The bombing campaign on Iran went easy. It's like we decimate their military a little bit. People will rise up. We can full court press, wipe these fuckers out, and like bring actual peace to the Middle East. I think that was his thinking process. And it'll be good for everybody. It'll be good for Qatar, UAE, Israel, like all of them. And instead, it didn't work out that way. And then he tried to find an off ramp, couldn't find an off ramp, still can't find an off ramp. And he's like, well, now we're in it. Can you guys tell me what that chick, the chick who looks like Jigsaw, you know who I'm talking about? She's like hideous looking. And I mean, it's not just dwelling on her looks. That's just the easiest way. She's got a real shrill voice. Laura Loomer. Thank you. I think that is it. I think that's her name. It's creepy as shit looking. For me, it's not even just the way she looks. It's her voice. I can't take that voice. Holy shit. Like, I don't know what's wrong with that chick. She just wants a lot of dead people. Like, I mean, it's a paper bag, brother. Paper bag and using your toolkit there, I wouldn't even go near it. Fuck that. That chick is fucking everything I've seen her or ever heard her say. Just she's fucking. There's people that are just inherently evil. She's one of them. She's clearly just fucking. There's something wrong in that head where she's evil. I don't know. I don't know if it's a religious thing. I don't know what the deal is with it, but that she drives me up a fucking wall. Like I can't. Not for 5 minutes can I just put up with her fucking content. And it's like somebody else will be covering the story and bring her into it. Like this is what she had to say about it, and I'm just like fast forward. I'm good. Thanks. Don't need to hear it. You fucking creep me the fuck out. And the shit that comes out of your mouth scares me. It's terrifying. And then it's like, well, Trump listens to her all the time or something. Now, I don't know if that's true or not. Because again, I'm not in the White House. But if it is, like, what the fuck is wrong with you, Donald? What is wrong with you, Mr. President? Because that, I know fucking crazy, and that's fucking clearly batshit crazy. You're definitely a weird person, and not a good person either. Like, sometimes you can just sense evil on somebody. I sense evil on that one. Wait, what? Orban lost in Hungary in the election? No way. Did he lose to like a progressive or something? I didn't think there was a way Viktor Orban could lose an election, to be honest with you. That's not a good sign. Yeah, I don't like the fake giggle, bubble-headed ditz kind of thing either. Not my thing. Never has been. That is yeah, I'm not going to lie at all. That's kind of crazy to me that Viktor Orban lost. I figured he would be in power forever. Who's next? Are they going to replace like Egypt's guy? What's his name? God, why can't I remember the dude's name? What's up, bub? How are you, bud? What's going on there, bub? How are you? Make sure you smash that like button there, bub. That is insane though. Viktor Orban loses the election. Did they have a pipe burst during? What I'm interested to see is if the Ukraine Russia shit comes to an end, does Zelensky win re-election? Base paint, but oh god, it's a Soros back dude. Somebody just needs to kill him. Well, no, I'm not even going to say that. I'm going to get thrown off YouTube. I'll just say somebody needs to strip Soros of all monies and ability to put money towards elections. Let's say that instead. Yep. Yeah, I almost said a bannable. But I think you guys could. I think you all felt you all smelled what Gam was cooking there, because yeah, that guy is no good. Like he sold out Jews to the Germans during World War II, didn't he? And I think during the interview he was talking about it, he was laughing about it too, like it was funny. What a piece of shit. No, I heard the son's worse, actually. Yeah, I heard that. I don't know why either. I think his name's like Alex Soros, isn't it? But yeah, I heard he's worse. Like he's even more progressive with ideals and stuff that would push more towards a one world government, things like this. You have to go to members only. I don't have members only. It's the same way, like, somebody said to me one time in the chat, go to Rumble. I went to Rumble. I started to set up a dual stream and realized if I don't have, I think it was like 15 people subscribed to me, I can't live stream on Rumble. I was like, well, I'm fucked. How do you even build a platform at that point? Because most people are going to watch me on YouTube, but getting 15 people to go to another platform to sub to you just so you can live stream, well, you're screwed. I guess I'd have to do videos until I build up to that point, right? Yeah, that would do it. 18 billion, huh? That's just it. The one good thing that the Brits kind of did was not go in on the EU. And then, according to David, I think was telling me they're flirting with going to the EU now, like joining the EU. And I'm like, that's, guys are fucking done. You guys are going to get cooked. Yeah, like 15 people need to sub to you on a platform that nobody even really fucking goes to, just so you can live stream. I'm like, well, I'm definitely cooked. Thing I'm wondering about is this. People hate Democrats. Shit with the Republicans ain't going real well right now, right? Who is our next leader? I mean, we're obviously going to get the douche and the shit sandwich analogy again, but who would be our next leader? Like who are we going to get in there? You know, maybe there'll be somebody who runs independent that wins, that just throws the whole system into like a total chaos. Doubt it, because they won't get the billionaires to support them. Yeah, there you go. Crowder was getting 200K views on Ro. It's Steven Crowder. I mean, look, shout out to Steven Crowder, but he had a huge following on YouTube. He'd have way more views than that if he was still on YouTube. You know, and again, it's Steven Crowder. He was definitely very popular till they pretty much flagged the shit out of him on YouTube and kind of killed him off. Salty Cracker also built up on YouTube and then went over to Rumble. If you build up on YouTube and you've got a huge following and you go over to Rumble, you're going to take a chunk of it with you. And it's also what you're saying too. So like Salty Cracker, for example, the shit he would start going into and some of the language he would use has to get killed. You know who else does good on Rumble? Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes does numbers on Rumble. He can't be even on YouTube. People still show clips of his shit on YouTube, but he can't even be on YouTube. You know, for me, it's one of those things where if I can't even make it on YouTube, how the fuck am I going to go to Rumble and make something of myself? The only thing I'd be able to do different is I'd actually be able to say the F slur at will. And at that point, we just let Bob go the fuck off. But I'd be able to say the S slur and the N word at will, and I don't use the N word, so what the fuck? To be honest with you, you guys listen to the language I use and everything else, and as much as I swear and all that, I have yet to get a complaint from YouTube, and shout out to them for it, because I've definitely said some shit at different points in streams where I go, ooh, that might get me in trouble. And that's where I look at it, and it always cracks me up, because you still have people that are like, oh, he raped this woman and all this other stuff, and you don't understand. It's, you know, F that. And you're just like, bro, I got it if you got kids watching you. But why are you being sanitized? Just talk like you fucking talk. You know, if that's not really how you talk and not the way you would say things. And I think part of that advantage I have is because I'm not monetized. I don't have to capitulate to YouTube's certain set of standards for when you're monetized. Yeah, the self-censorship. You know, oh, they deleted people. I can understand at one point in time when they were shutting down people's entire channels and like throwing them off the platform. But, you know, when I hear Tucker Carlson drop the F slur on Piers Morgan like 12 times in a row, then, you know, they don't get nailed for it or any kind of trouble. You've already set precedent on what I'm allowed to say. I just try not to say it because we might have younger people watching. I mean, I am painting fucking toys and shit, so for the most part, or like models of superheroes. So I do try to sanitize it a little bit, but it's mainly for that aspect, not because I'm afraid of getting kicked. I mean, I'm not making big bucks here or anything, and I don't have like a huge following. I got a small group of supporters that, you know, I actually enjoy the hell out of whenever you guys come in here and we just have conversations. Rand Paul running. I like him, but I don't think he'd ever get it. The whole problem with our political system where it's broken is you need a machine behind you. Remember, everybody can vote one way, and the electorate can flip it to the other side anytime they choose. Hence the electoral vote and the popular vote. Because if it just went off popular vote, I'm pretty sure Hillary Clinton beat Trump in the 2016 election. It was the Electoral College that went with Trump. So, reality is, in a lot of ways, I think our elections are kind of an illusion. It's like there's got to be a time in the history of the country where we're not a true democracy. We are a constitutional republic wrapped in a democracy, for example. So, where our voting systems are democratic to an extent, it's still that electoral college that really decides it. Okay. Yeah, I'll fire up Discord right now. Look. Let me see what they're losing their minds over. Let me see what we got here. Oh, Bubba tried to call me right around 1:43. I don't even know. Oh, no. Oh, is this really the picture he posted? Who the fuck is he healing? Oh my God. No, it's a picture of Trump dressed up like Jesus healing somebody with angels and shit in the background. Holy shit. No way. I can't. Yeah, so yeah, Trump basically just compared himself to Jesus. I mean, I can understand why people are losing their shit over it. I think it's funny. It was like, oh no, but I'm also not very religious either. So that's something like Rogue of the Leaf would have to see and tell me if he takes offense to it. That's definitely one for somebody else to look at that is actually religious and go, this is blasphemy or not. I mean, to me, I see it as a joke. That's what, you know what? That is true, Rebel. The picture does look like he's healing Epstein. That's why I said, who the fuck is he healing in the picture? And here's where everybody but the conspiracy theories starts coming in that Epstein's still alive and Trump's going to, like, bring him back to testify before Congress or some shit and clear Melania's name. I mean, the whole thing is, I think what he's dunking on with that picture, one, like that is his ego in full blown effect. But to me, it could also be because people were, and this was one of those things. I didn't even realize it. Like on Easter, I must have said fuck 50 times. Not one of the religious people that were in here, people that actually celebrated Easter and are kind of religious or Christian or whatever, not one person complained about my use of language on Easter. Tucker Carlson made a big old stink on his show, and I was like, really, dude? That's what you're going to get upset about is his choice of the F bomb on Easter? Oh, dear Lord. Openly mocking Islam, okay. I could see where that would offend people that are Muslim or seriously into Islam. When he said, uh, whatever about Muhammad or Allah or whatever the fuck he said. I can't remember what the hell he said in that post. But people grasping their pearls like, oh, I guarantee Tucker Carlson was definitely drunk one fucking Easter and definitely dropped F bombs like they were going out of style. I guarantee you when Tucker Carlson on Easter saw that truth, he probably said, what the fuck is Trump even thinking texting out fuck on Easter? You know what I mean? Like, come on now. Stop grasping pearls. Hit the man for the shit that actually does matter. Talking about ending the civilization, I was not a big fan of. I'll tell you that much. I mean, he wasn't lying. If they do that with the desalination plants, I even said this is the fastest way to end the war, but you got to be all right with killing 30 or 60 million people and all that, like almost overnight. You will end their civilization, and they'll have to rebuild from dirt. Legit dirt, too, like just sand. Yep. And you know what? But I agree with you 1,000%, Reb. 1,000%. You may not like it, but he can tweet out whatever the hell he wants. You know, he can tweet. He can take a picture of his butthole and put it on the internet if he wants to. That's technically legal. I'm not saying I want to see it and I want to see him do it, but just saying, like, you can do whatever the hell you want. You know, if you're not violating terms of service and all that kind of stuff. Again, one of those advantages of having a small voice on a little corner of the internet nobody really gives a shit about is that they just kind of ignore you and leave you alone. Because there's definitely some shit that's been said that I was like, oh, I'm getting smooth kicked off this internet tonight. And, you know, for this opinion or this hot take or whatever. Meantime, I'm seeing people like afraid to post Epstein's name in their fucking stuff, or they call him Mr. E now, or Big E instead of Epstein because they're afraid that YouTube's going to come for their channel. They won't mention Israel by the actual, you know, place of Israel and all this. They avoid it unless they're saying positive things because they're afraid. And I'd like to think, and maybe it would change, who knows? But I'd like to think that even if I were a bigger platform and all that, I'd still be using the same fucking language because that's what brought me to the dance, for one. And for two, freedom of speech. Yeah, and I mean, Ian, that's a good point. You know, you want to throw out there, my husband, you know, has a problem with premature ejaculation on every ad on YouTube. Like, and you're going to get offended by fucking Trump, like telling somebody, you know, you fucking crazy bastards or whatever he said. Come on now, man. You got your priorities all fucked up. May not be typical politician behavior. And maybe you want somebody that says, if these poor deranged souls don't enlighten themselves, then it may be massive destruction. Well, it makes it prettier, but doesn't make it any less true of the hell that is about to rain upon them. You might as well just say what's on your mind. You know, let it flow. I'll take the honesty. May not like it, but I'll take it. It just let you post Marjorie Taylor Greene. Why not just type in MTG, though? The red heifers are already there. They already got, like, I think it was like two of them, and one of them was like actually pure. So that's always interesting. Which I don't even know the whole fucking deal with that, but I just know it's something with like end days or some shit with the red heifers. And like the rebuilding of some church or some bullshit. Some silliness from ancient times that's bled through somehow into the current lexicon. I mean, hey, look, maybe Jesus did have a red sweater. I wasn't there to witness it. Not my thing. I know he had 2 holes in his hands and a hole in his feet and like a stab wound in his side. I know that much. I mean, look, if yeah, I don't even know. Was I the one who gave you shit about it, Ian? I have no idea. That might have been. I have no. It depends. Depends if we were talking woo woo or not. I don't know. I have no clue. I don't know why I would have given you shit for red heifers and stuff. Again, hey, maybe that's. I don't know what Trump's saying there, but if you're saying that might be a good interpretation that something biblical is coming, like I said, at that point, if you do go and you hit all those desalination plants and electrical plants, it will be something biblical because you will wipe the civilization pretty much out. Not completely, but that is an actual, it's fucking crazy. Yeah, well, that's the other thing. Before, the chick on X with Melania didn't have her kid taken from her and was deported by the woman's husband either. So, I mean, call it for what it is. There's some people, when they get mad, they just go off. And as far as MTG goes, she always had Trump's back right up until that point, meaning that she would have covered for him right up until the point when she said, my family's under attack, and he came out and said, well, fuck your family, basically. Like, fuck my family, yo. That's where we're going to have issue. I'm not saying it's right or it's wrong. I'm just saying there's a lot of people that keep their fucking mouths shut about a lot of things that we're not privy to, that once you pop that cork and it all starts flowing out, it gets uglier and uglier as it goes. And I mean, from my perspective, I've said this, that I always saw Trump as a businessman and probably one of the best hopes for everything. And then I've seen the second administration, and everything people voted for, he did the opposite for the most part. Because I remember everybody being, well, and I was one of these people that, well, the whole thing is, if we look at, people are like, he's going to get us in World War III. Well, if we look at his history, there's no way that he just wants to go start foreign wars and all this. That's farcical and that's stupid and everything else. And guess who went and fucking bombed Iran and got us into this bullshit? So people change. And your point of view should change when people change like that too. Because fundamentally, something's way different in this term. If you're going to tell me this term's just like his first term, like, for God's sake, the one that I'll go with is, how long was I screaming about Bondi for before they finally got rid of her? How long was I sitting here on the internet just saying objectively, Bondi is fucking terrible. She's dog shit. And I had people like this. I was still in ABL's chat. That's how long ago that shit was when I was saying that stuff. And people were pushing back on me like, no, Bondi's fine. She's perfect. And she's this and she's that. Well, you got to give her time and all this other stuff. Like, no, she's objectively terrible. And it would be like me and Rebel fucking calling that shit out. And like, people were like, no, you got it wrong, man. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And who's fired? That's right, Bondi. And not even because of shit she fucked up. It's because she didn't fuck it up bad enough where people actually found out some truth out of it. Like MTG, I can't do that either. I can't turn around and say, yeah, like I was never for Marjorie Taylor Greene. Like even now, I'm still kind of for Marjorie Taylor Greene. I think she's right. I think it should be America only. I think it should be America first. I think this is this whole thing that we're going through right now with Iran and all that is a mistake. So I don't disagree with her fundamentally. I can't. I'm not a hypocrite. I'm not going to backtrack and say, I see it on a different level and, we can agree to disagree on it. That's all. But I see it a different way. I don't think this benefits us really. It's the same way, we were doing this to save some poor people over in Iran and then immediately bomb a girls' school. Like, fuck. Well, I don't think that works. If this is your idea of saving people, I hate to see what it's like when you want to decimate them, because definitely didn't win hearts and minds on that strike, did we? A lot of dead kids. And that's the one thing that I don't want to see more of, is dead youth. I say that as I'm still pro-abortion, but I don't want to see dead youth. You know what? I agree with you on that one too. I'm still waiting to see how it all plays out, because there was a point in time where I was like, this is what's going to happen and all that. And I was so cocksure, and it didn't happen that way. And then I had to go and eat crow on it. So I agree with you. I'm going to see how it plays out. It's just, it's playing out at kind of the way I've been seeing it play out, and I'm not liking it. But I also think there is some kind of off ramp here. I don't think we've seen it yet, but I think there is an off ramp. No, I mean, so that's one of those things, though. What's the average speed at sea of an oil tanker? So even if they do direct them to the Gulf and we're selling off our oil, okay, I could see where we're making money off of that. But I think they move at like 15 miles an hour or something, right? I can't remember. They move slow as shit. So unless they launched those things like a month ago when the war first started over to here, it's going to take a while. And it's still going to boost our gas prices through the fucking roof, any which way you slice it. Again, I can tell you what I speculate and think, but I don't know for sure either, Beans. You're right. Out of nowhere, Bob, thank you. Bob came in, smashed the like button, was like 10 knots. They moved 10 whole fucking knots. Bob's just like, I take a piss at 75 knots, and these things move at 10 knots. They can't even keep up with Bob's pee stream. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see. I don't know how it's going to shake out. I don't know how it's going to play out. I know I heard somebody bashing that they sent JD Vance to go negotiate, but I was like, are you an asshole when I heard that? Because Iran specifically asked for JD Vance to come negotiate. Because they don't trust Kushner and Witkoff to negotiate with a high level of authority. So Vance was the one they asked for. And I mean, it makes sense. He's second to the president. So if he's giving you guarantees and stuff, it's pretty much because it's checked directly to the president, you know? Like the other two might, well, I think they're both Jewish, aren't they? So, yeah. I know I wouldn't trust Kushner or, whatchamacallit. I wouldn't trust Kushner or Witkoff after the last two times they were in the middle of negotiations, and that's when they got attacked. So having JD Vance there, I guess they were just like, yeah, well, we can kill your second in command off, because killing these two assholes isn't going to do anything except piss you off. But we kill a prime target like JD Vance, that makes more sense. I like that attitude. That's a good attitude to have. I voted for this guy. Give him time to cook. Let him do his thing. See what happens. I like that attitude. Like I said, that's a pretty good attitude to have. I look at everything from, again, right now the evidence is lined up pretty hard against. That's where I'm at with it. Like, I'm looking at the evidence as it comes, but who knows? Maybe everything works out great. Maybe everything gets better, and it's rough for a little bit. But it's actually one of the things that worries me about it. When you start getting the same message from everybody. So who here has heard this term? Short-term pain, long-term gain. When every news outlet said, well, we're in for short-term pain, but long-term gain, that's when my butt tightens. Because that's a talking point and everybody's on message with it in the mainstream. It's scary to me. Freaks me out. It's almost like, well, 2 weeks to flatten a curve. Like, oh shit, here we go. And, it could just be a GAM thing where when I start hearing the same talking point across multiple places, definitely bothers me. I mean, if we're to be honest, I'm actually kind of happy that he posts on social media. Because at least it's not some hidden bullshit behind the doors, Like, I think they should have had Joe Biden hooked up to social media. Everybody would have been able to see exactly just how demented he was. Like, out of nowhere, you just get like a 3 a.m. tweet about fucking, I think Corn Pop stole my Depends. Like, that would have been it. I would have been like, what the fuck's this man saying? Hunter's got his finger in my butt again. Like, wait, what, Joe? What did you say? What the fuck is going on here, buddy? I mean, the whole thing is that he's, in that part, you got to give it to Trump. He's definitely transparent with whatever's going through his head. The only thing that scares people is you're the leader of the free world and you're saying this shit. That's the scary thing, or portraying yourself like you're Jesus or whatever. You're scaring the normies. But I guarantee you, that post you just showed, Beans, you said the internet's all up in arms about it. We'll get an hour-long diatribe from Tucker Carlson whenever he does his next show about it. We'll get a whole diatribe about he's comparing himself to Jesus. The one thing I don't like about Tucker Carlson that bothers me a whole lot about him, he bought that property in Qatar. I agree with Ian. I agree with that. But at the same point in time, I still would have loved to just see some of the tweets that came out. Like, it would have been amazing. Just imagine, Jill, you lying dog-faced pony soldier. Where's my bowl of fucking frosted wheat? Like, what? Hey, Kamala, have you seen my other shoe? Like, it would have been some amazing tweets. Like, you just used it like it was like it was text messaging. Just doing dumb shit with it. Would have been fantastic. And then I agree with Beans, too. That's where I'm at with things. Leave NATO. Tell Ukraine, you're on your own. Europe will deal with it. I want to see Trump sit down with Putin she, and maybe India, and say, all right, let's work out a trade deal between the three of us and let's just run this motherfucker. Let's just run the world. Because we are the superpowers. We have the best militaries, everything else. How can we balance out between us and everything? Let's stop fighting with each other. Let's all work together and fuck everybody else. Oh, well, the UK has admonished us. Fuck you, UK. Sorry, we left you a long time ago. Oh, the French are angry. Fuck the French. You know? Just, I would like to see him change it around. For shame, did you use the P word? I mean, the problem here is this goes to this. It really does. You know why you don't talk super amounts of shit about an enemy that you're going to get in a major conflict with? You know why you don't do that? It's never a good idea and it never works out for you. Say you're a boxer, anything like this, or any kind of fighter, and you're talking about, oh, this he's just a punk, he ain't got no punch, everything else. Well, one, if you end up losing for whatever reason, even if, then everybody looks at you and says, you beat a nobody. And then the second part of this, why you don't do it is because if they, you lose to them in some way, shape, or form, then holy shit, the joke beat your ass. Yeah, I mean, successful Americans would be. But what about the unsuccessful ones? Plenty of those out there. Like, I mean, not everybody has that get up and go to them either. It's one of the reasons why I don't get mad at people that are rich, that are CEOs and all this other stuff. Because it's a lot of work you put in to get there usually. Every now and again you'll get somebody there by nepotism, but they fuck it up bad. They'll cost their company billions, millions, whatever, and be removed. But I don't fault anybody for making a shit ton of money. Especially if they worked hard to get there. Build it from nothing and all that other stuff. It's the same way, like you guys have heard me. Said this about, in just perfect example in the streaming space. Tim Pool. I don't particularly like Tim Pool's takes. I think he's fake, and I think this, that, and the other thing about him, right? You've never heard me say I don't respect him. I respect the shit out of Tim Pool because he built everything on his own ass. It didn't matter. All he did was read other people's news clips and stuff and give his hot takes on the internet. He still built everything off his own ass. Yeah, the old and don't give a fuck, in your opinion. I agree with that. And you do want to kind of keep your enemies off balance. Right? And your allies sometimes, especially if they're not good allies. You got to keep them on their fucking toes. You have an inner circle that knows exactly what you're doing and whatever your next move is, but everybody else is kind of questioning it, So I agree with you to an extent on these points. But at the same point in time, there shouldn't be part of me that goes, this is a a wag the dog type situation where we got into this basically to kind of distance ourselves and change the news cycle away from Epstein, for example. I shouldn't be thinking even that way. I guess I'm more. I don't think it's bad strategy, but at the same point in time, there's a lot of times people will be like, "Oh, he's playing 4D chess," and I look at it and I'm just like, "He ain't playing 4D chess. He just he thought he could do no wrong, and this shit bit him in the ass. He's just trying to cover it up now, or clean up his mess that he's created for himself." Because that happens. There is a thing where winning all the time is not always a good thing. Because eventually when you face that loss, and you're going to eat a loss here and there, that it derails you. Yeah, I agree. I would not announce my moves. So I agree with that. Right? That's we're in 1,000% agreement. You never lay out your strategy to an enemy. If you're thinking 5 moves ahead and all this other stuff, you don't lay it out. You don't lay it out to the new. That's always my favorite when the news people ask him that question, like, "Well, are you gonna? What would you do in this scenario?" And he's just like, "You think I'd fucking tell you? Like, why don't I just announce it directly to him?" He's not wrong when he says things like that, and it always cracks me up because it's coming. Because would you he's not stupid like that, but at the same point in time, sometimes you I got cocky one time. I've told that story. Where I got this day where I ended up knocking dude out. He fell on top of me, came to and beat the shit out of me after his younger brother kicked me in the face and all that stuff while he was on me. But he was so heavy I couldn't lift the guy off me. And he came to it and he kicked the shit out of me, right? Because I was cocky, because everybody I got in a fight with, even if I got beat up a little bit, I always kicked the shit out of them in the end. And he handed me a nasty loss because I got cocky and tried to fight somebody that was way outside my weight class, and I didn't think it through properly because I was just like, there's no way I can lose to this fucking jerk off. I lost to that jerk off. I was the one who had to tap. I was the one who had to say, yeah, you got me. And I did it with grace and everything else, and I was honest about my loss. But, it's because I had won a whole bunch before and got my ass kicked. What's the art of war? I've never heard of that. What are you talking about? I've never heard. What the fuck is the art of war? I don't know what you mean. I mean, I don't. I have no idea. Hey, can anybody explain what the art of war is to me? I don't know. If you were to ask my children about the art of war, I have probably 10 copies of this, including a very, very nice $100 collector edition of it that my daughter got me for my birthday maybe 4 years ago. The kids know it's my favorite book. The logic and the brilliance in this fucking little book is timeless. And that's where I'm saying, like, him doing the blockade is actually, you're cutting off your enemy's supply chain. But doing shit like bombing out the school, that's going to, you actually want to boost the morale of the people that you can turn to your side. And if your enemy's in retreat, you build them a golden bridge so they can escape. Things like this. Because you want to sway the public to your side. Beans, are you looking at the camera or not? I'm legit holding the fucking book. Like, I keep it beside me at all times. I always have a copy within arm's reach. Because there's shit that I cite out of there. If you ever listen, there's times where I'll cite things out of it. Well, it's not always about deception either. Sometimes it's about actual open honesty. Sometimes it's about coming straight ahead too. But being intelligent in your tactics, and also how you sway people over to your side when you're in a war. Oh, okay. But so I was like, what's the art of war and all that? I pulled the book out and legit just set it down in front of the camera for like for the past couple minutes. I'm like, I've never heard of it. I'm like holding it in my hands. It's legitimately one of my favorite books. Actually, Ian, if you've never read the book, you should read the book, because there's things in there you would think are common sense, right? But Sun Tzu knew exactly what the fuck he was doing. Like, down to how to break an enemy army and actually get them to join your army and stuff. Because the whole, like, part of it is what you do with the civilian population. For example, if you just starve out the civilian population and torture the shit out of them, then they're not going to, like, eventually, even if you do win the war, that civilian population is eventually going to uprise against you. But if you treat them with kindness and actually, like, help them above what their own generals are helping them with, you can sway them to your side, and not only will you win the war right off the rip, but you can also get it where going forward you win the war and they appreciate you and want to be part of your nation. Bob started all kinds of fights. Don't let Bob fool you. Bob's always starting trouble. He was walking through a casino one time, and these three guys were standing there minding their own business, playing the slots, and he said, "Get out of my way, you young fuck." And like the one guy said, "What'd you say to me, old man?" And Bob kicked him square in the balls and made him throw up, and they threw him out of the casino. That's how that story went. I know Bob told it before. Trump ain't making any kind of moves. If we're to be honest, his generals are making the moves. At this point in time, it's pretty much in Rubio, Hexeth, and General Kane, and really it's in General Kane's hands. Because I feel like I have pretty good strategy and stuff like that. But if I had that man, I would just be like, you lead everything. Actually, to tell you the truth, the moment General Kane said, "Sir, they overpromise and underdeliver to me," be like, "Yeah, we're not going in then. Fuck that." That's what I would have been like. I would have been like, "Yeah, no. The general's saying don't do it. I'm listening to my general." The school thing wasn't a fuck up by our intel. That's the problem. The school thing was a fuck up by Mossad intel because they don't give a shit. I mean, there's multiple ways to break somebody's morale, right? It's the same way. Remember, Parse oil field being bombed. That was by design. That wasn't by mistake. That wasn't an oopsie. That was on purpose, and it wasn't us. I think what happened with the girls' school was we were running off Mossad intel because they are the main intel there. They're the main. We have CIA guys on the ground, but Mossad is the main intel, and they gave us either old and outdated intel, or they gave us they didn't give a shit. Well, you're hitting everything anyway. You might as well blow these people up because they're goyim. They're animals. They're not even human. You know, that kind of thing. Where, again, the problem is that we're in a war, and for some reason we decided to give these people equal strategy power with our firearms, our troops, everything out. It's worrying to me. Well, I don't know about our troops, but definitely with our bombs and what have you. All right, I'm gonna have to do this like I did her the other day. This is not going to do a hold till it cures. So we're going to go in here with the cheap ass super glue on top of the Gorilla Glue. Try not to go too fucking crazy with this stuff. Again, cheapest glue I could get, works the best. Don't ask me why. Once the Gorilla Glue cures in place, this shit is fucking brilliant. But this super glue, for just tacking it, it works nice. Good night, Eugene. And that's just it. It's kind of the $100 billion question right there. If they keep going against us and keep doing this obvious shit that is not in our interest, at what point do you just say, you know what, I've had enough of your shit, I'm out? I've told the story. Twisted made one mistake. Wasn't a big deal. All right. Yeah, it rushed things to the forefront and got us into a huge war that could have gotten us wiped out. We survived it and everything else. He never made the same mistake again, though. He never, it wasn't even a betrayal of my trust. It was an oopsie. But you can have a handful of oopsies between you, but eventually there's got to be a point in time where, like, okay, yeah, now you're just doing shit on purpose. At what point does it become you're working specifically for your own interest, not our interests, and our interests don't align? It's obvious. And I think this is where our relationship comes to an end. The big problem is the money in politics. Trump's top donor is not Elon Musk. Trump's top donor was fucking Miriam Adelson and Sheldon Adelson. And their whole thing was Israel. So unless you say, yeah, your money is no longer good here, take your wares elsewhere, sir, we're kind of screwed. It's any consolation, guys. I know you guys are talking about mowing the lawn. I got to mow mine. I got to break out my lawn tractor and de-winterize it and everything else. The problem is I know my blades are dull on it and one of the wheel bearings is pretty much shot. So I'll be push mowing my fucking acre and a half of lawn. Bob, don't you have a son? Make him fucking cut the lawn. What's wrong with you? Or you not allow him around the sharp objects? I don't allow my daughter around the sharp objects. She went to the hospital the one time. She was like, I wanted to trim the hedges to help you out. Fucking cut her fucking hand open. Like, how the fuck do you... Jesus Christ. Yeah, like I said, doing a little bit of a tug there while keeping my thumb just in case it broke free. That cheap super glue tack welded it. We actually have Wasp standing in all her glory now on her own base. What did I do with her head? This one is a cool one. Oh. Damn, what's up with the light? I think she came out all right. Definitely not bad, guys. Definitely not bad. What? It's dusty as shit. Realign the camera on her. Camera's still washing out. That's just normal ass light. What the fuck? Yeah, she came out pretty cool. 1960s version of the Wasp. He's going to take at least a week to print. Actually, he's going to take about 3 days just to prep them. And then about a week to print. And now you want to know, like, well, I'll give you the option then. Would you rather have Mr. Cavill getting done, or would you rather I keep doing Sunday streams? That's the face Bob likes. Right here. Hey, you know something? Ian, I'm right there with you. I used to go work like my, so I would work 8 days, 10-hour days, 10-hour days in a row, have 6 days off in a row, right? In a two week period. That was my Walgreens schedule when I was doing the graveyard shift. So on the 8th day when I was done at Walgreens, I would come home and I only had the push mower and I would push mow my lawn. And I did that for 2 years. And then for Father's Day on the 3rd year, my daughter bought me a lawn tractor with her own money. And was like, you're beating yourself up too much. She's like, you've been wearing your ass out and I can't have that. Because at the time I was driving her to and from work. She didn't have her license yet. So she actually like took her money from her job and bought me like a $2,000 lawn tractor. And got it for me for Father's Day, brand new and all that, and surprised the shit out of me with it. And I've used that lawn tractor and going back to the push mower. I'm out of shape. I'm fat. I'm old. Oh, buddy. Yeah. Damn, is it that serious? Like when so you can request off from work. I mean, the stream will be there. Like it'll be there. Yeah, that came out all right. I'm okay with this one. This goes in my all right, not bad, Gam, not bad. Could have been better. I could see some stuff I could have done better with. But that she goes in my not bad bag. Well, I mean, yeah, the problem is, at that point in time, I was like 43, 44, right? Now I'm 51. Pushing shit hurts a little bit more. Well, don't get too excited. I could fuck it all up. I'm not, look, we're just calling it like it is here. I could make mistakes. I could screw the whole damn thing up. So don't be excited till it's done. You know what I mean? Um, but I will make you this guarantee. I will put my ass into it when I start doing him. I'm gonna do him. I'm gonna do him well. My thing isn't I needed, my riding mower is fine. The only problem is it's just older, so it needs new blades. Because as like when I first started driving that thing around, there could be like roots sticking up. I'd run those fuckers over, bang, 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 like fuck my blades up, and the one wheel bearing is kind of half shoddy. So I've got to replace both those things. I got to do manual labor, and I'm lazy. And it could turn out awesome too. Yes, I agree with you. I'm not look, I won't know until the paint leaves the brush and the airbrush and all that stuff. I won't know until I start painting it how it's going to come out. I never do. Um, I didn't know that I was going to be able to hit the leather tones on her the way I hit. I didn't think I was going to be able to get that leathering in there, and I got it in there. I thought I was going to fuck the face completely up, make it wonky, and make her ugly. I didn't. I actually nailed skin tone in there and everything else. If anything, she might be even a little too white. Yeah. Well, I mean, is Eugene actually actively looking for a place? That's the question. I mean, Bob asked him questions about rent and everything else, and Eugene didn't really go into it. So I have no idea. I think Eugene just said at the time he's going to wait and see what his family does. So I have no idea. Eugene's situation, you got to ask Eugene about his situation. I'm not privy to anything that nobody else, everybody pretty much knows the same thing when it comes to Mr. Eugene's. All right, let's get some base coating done. Come here, ma'am. You can go over here for now. Yeah, that one I'm happy with. I was afraid with doing the head on that, everything else, of breaking it. All right, let's get the base painting. Good old Juggie. I don't know why I didn't let my wife get me the damn camera rig. That was a foolish move on my part. She was going to get me this gantry basically that the camera hung on, and then you could just adjust it and stuff. And I was like, nah, I can get away with this like silly little arm thing. You won't know till the 30th. 30th will be here in 2 weeks. 30th comes up fast. I don't know. There's a point in my time where I was just like, I can wait. Nowadays, it's like, nope, I need to know. I need to know now so I can start planning. I got to plot. I got to, but again, it's not my shoes to walk in. So no judgment. He's got 1 car, 1 truck, and 5 subscriptions on OnlyFans. And not one of them are Smurf. Just saying. Just saying. Get this priming done on good old Juggie. I'm the Juggernaut, bitch. Should probably get in there with heavy black. I'm actually thinking about going to rattle can primer too over doing airbrush priming. Especially on some of these bigger models. I think it might be easier. Hey, I just thought about this. If Eugene moves in with Bob, maybe the two of you guys can go to the bar and pick up chicks together. I don't know how good of a wingman Eugene is, Bob, but think about that. I mean, he's in his 40s. He could introduce you to some younger women. Heart doctor, are you all right there, bud? Or it's just regular checkup? Well, I hope everything fucking turns out well for you, brother. I don't want to see it go bad. And hopefully everything's good. Oh, shit. Wish nothing but the best for you, Mr. Bob. Senior Bob. It couldn't. I mean, at least they couldn't find the heart. When they told you to turn your head and cough and they said we can't find the balls, that would be the part I'd be worried about, Bob. That would scare the shit out of me, I'll tell you what. It's a joke, by the way, Bob. It's a joke. I know you haven't left chat yet. Why you always telling lies on me, Gam? Get Juggie coded here. Unless they're looking for the pulse nicey. And what's up, Six? Everybody shout out to our favorite drummer, Six. Waiting to hear him announce he's going on tour with Dragon Force as a replacement drummer. Yeah, I told you Bob was still here. Bob, you got to put down the OnlyFans. You got to go to the doctor's appointment tomorrow, buddy. The pictures and the movies will still be there tomorrow, brother. I'm actually digging the fact that his feet are kind of standing up on their own. Juggy. I got to do this just because I just want to see what that face looks like. Oh, that's beautiful. Hell yeah. I mean, look at this face. Look at that face. It just screams, I'm the blue dingus, bitch. I'm the blue dingus. My second favorite drummer. Bite your tongue. How dare ye? How dare ye? Talking about Six here. I mean, it helps that Six is the only actual drummer I know. You know, I think my buddy Todd, he did a bunch of percussion. But I don't know if he still does it or not. I haven't talked to Todd in a long time. Oh, shit, did I just jam you? I think God may have punished me. God punished me for my jokes. His face? What, you mean the way the face looks, or the fact that it's, you know, he's yelling, hey, I'm the blue dingus? Face is fucking bad. I'm the blue dingus, okay? Just gonna slide right up in here, okay? I'm the blue dingus. I'm the blue dingus. That face, like the paint job, if I hit the paint job right on it, that face is going to be amazing. Nothing moves the blue dingus. You can't stop the blue dingus when it's charging at you, okay? You know, Gam may have his misfits and all, okay, but I got the dingai. He's got misfits. I got the dingakiss. Am I actually getting? Okay, yeah, I am getting. I just ran through a hot stream of 91% isopropyl alcohol to try and blow some of that paint off that interior. Oh yeah. Get that gun loosened up a little bit and shooting better. Hey, you know something? The blue dingus don't stop for no man, okay? I could definitely see. That would be hysterical. Painting the juggernaut all blue and making him the blue dingus. And then, you know, do a cutout to the helmet and put a Rocky face in there. Just like right where the eyes and the mouth and everything are. But like, you know, right in that face, just put the Rocky face in it. I'm the blue dingus. Smurf's pregnant. Apparently those blue dingus weren't, he was testing them out at Amazon and he's going to have a butt baby soon. I actually have not heard from Smurf in a minute. I'm sure he still tunes in, listens to the show, all that kind of stuff. But I have not talked to Smurf in a minute now. Dude, Smurf and I will go 6 months without saying a word to each other. And then out of nowhere, it'll be like, hey, what's up, man? Hey, what's up? And then you won't get us separated for 6 months. It happens. The same thing's going to happen with Twisted here soon. You keep hearing Twisted say, the weather's nice, the weather's nice. That means that he's going to go out drinking, mudding, and riding his Harley and all that kind of stuff, and he's going to disappear for a while. The only two people that pretty much stay consistent with each other, well, actually 3 people, Rogue of the Leaf, myself, and David. Everybody else kind of, we fade in and out. Sometimes I'll fade in, fade out. Sometimes Smurf will fade in, fade out. But all of us, we all fade in and out at different points in time. I tried to set up a Wednesday stream with Smurf, but Smurf was like not feeling it. Because I was going to start streaming that Icarus game with him and do our own playthrough of it. And he's like, nah, you're already playing it on stream. I don't want to do it. So, all right, cool. I mean, he kind of wasn't wrong. It would have been redundant. But he's just doing his thing, Bob. That's what Smurf's doing. It's just his thing. He'll drop by here and there, though. He'll say hello and shout out to everybody. You know, I'm sure right now I know he was dealing with stuff on his home front. A lot of moving parts going on. And sometimes you got to focus on shit. Real life comes first. you know, that kind of thing. So, yeah, I mean, we all love Smurf. Everybody misses Smurf. And I'm always happy to have him around. He's good. He's my brother. Well, yeah, but the first time I got him pregnant, he had the abortion, so it's okay. Nobody knew about it till now. You didn't have to tell everybody, Beans, you tattletailer. What can I say? My guppies can swim. Do you like the different textures on this guy? Now I'm looking at him. He's got like that leather texture on his butt. And then he's got this meshing texture right here. Going to be real interesting to paint. It's going to be a pain in the ass to paint, if I'm going to be honest. So Maury came way after. Well, I don't think he came way after. The whole thing with Maury Povich, because he was host of The Current Affair. Jerry Springer. All right, so if we go back in time, actually starts off with Morton Downey Jr. It's the Morton Downey Jr. show that really kicked that whole genre in. And then Jerry Springer took it to a whole new level. And at that point in time, before Jerry Springer really kicked in, because Morton Downey Jr. was late night talk show kind of deal. And everybody that did talk shows and stuff, everybody was trying to be Merv Griffin. And then later on, Oprah, except for Jerry Springer. Jerry Springer did basically trash TV / crash TV, right? And then all the other talk show hosts were trying to be serious with stuff, and they started going down the same path as Jerry Springer. You did have the one episode of Geraldo Rivera's show where he got hit in the face by the chair because the KKK and the Black Panthers I think they were Black Panthers and KKK, got in a fight on the set, and they started throwing stuff, and he got hit in the face with a chair, broke his nose. Yeah, I bet you didn't know this, Bob. Beans is a Black Widow, they call them. It's a super spy. Her and Melania Trump were in the same program together. I bet you didn't know about that. Yeah, they call it the Black Widow program. I know for everybody except for Bob, you'll find that hilarious. The only problem I have with this primer, I swear it gets thick as it goes. Like everything else stays loose in this gun except for the fucking primer. why I'm thinking about going to a rattle can. It's like there is a chunk of something caught in it that I can't blow out of there. Yeah, that's fucked. It's every time I prime, too. Should just flow right through the brush and just bam, done. Matter of fact, thought that's what I set the black one up for. Was from when I prime. Basilla bitch. That's awesome. Nice. Very, very cool. Good way to go, Beans, with the reference. Bob, it's a superhero movie thing. Well, I mean, they don't always eat their husbands. Sometimes their husbands eat them. You ever think of that, Bob? What the hell? You never heard of turnabout's fair play? What's wrong with you, buddy? Good Lord. Yeah, that's got to get taken apart and cleaned out. I hate it when that shit jams. It's like one little tiny piece of pigment jammed in there, too. I know it. Happens every fucking time. I don't even need to pull the needle out and clean it. Something with the air channel in this. Because no matter how lean I go on the mix, there's one little tiny speck of pigment that jams the whole fucking thing up. Well, tonight's episode of Bob talking about his promiscuousness. I think that's a real word. If not, I just invented it and I'm sticking to it. Bob's going to tell us how you take a ride on Bob next. Which we always appreciate. I mean, the funniest part here is I think Bob followed that conversation. As a matter of fact, I know Bob followed the conversation because he made a funny back at me. Somewhere along the line, you lost Beans. Damn. I'm gonna have to get a new. I don't even know what the fuck that thing's called. A thing that lets me clean out the air channel in the airbrush, whatever that tool's called. That thing's bent to shit. Wow, really? Make sure she's blowing clean. That's what she said. Means there's some questions that you should not ask because you probably don't want the actual answer to. And what you just did was one of them. I followed Bob's train of thought through the whole conversation, and I'm just saying, like, there's a reason you said I don't want to go down that road. Bob was known as Tongue Twister Bob when he was a kid. That's all we're saying. Because Bob can say stuff like, how much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? Woodchuck would chuck as much wood as a woodchuck could if a woodchuck could chuck wood. Or she sells seashells down by the seashore. You know, like Bob nails those every time. I'm definitely going to get more primer too. If I am going to stick with airbrush primer. Yes, there you go, Beans. There. All right. So I'm glad I kind of explained it to you. Because you know Bob's going to explain it to you like full on, right? Gotta remember, Bob's old, not dead. He's a horn dog. Bob's like that alley cat. You're just going to hear him howling at the moon. Come on, really? Now you're starting to push? Took you long enough. The fuck is this thing doing? It's like it's not loading. So it's like my primer thickened up. This thing jams again. I'm going to the black airbrush. Yeah, seriously. Back before, when Bob was a young man, they used to call him Bend Over Bob. Just saying. What the hell was that movie? I think it's The Stoned Age. The cops always like, hell, you know, what, you think I didn't want to sneak into a girl's house when I was your age? Hell, they used to call me Quick Dick Dean. And like the cop keeps telling these like stories about when he was younger and trying to relate to the kids in the movie, like the teenagers. He's like, you'd think I didn't want to go sneak and get beer, break into some girl's house? We weren't bringing you into it. I'm still enjoying the clever take of my name is what the hell did you say? Ivana Vasilich or whatever. That shit was epic. I'm really Russian. Yeah, I mean, Ian, you're not wrong there. Remember, wasn't there supposed to be like meetups or something for ABL at one point in time? He was going to do like, yeah, I'm going to go to California and I'll do one down here in Atlanta and I'll do one like New York or some shit. or Midwest in Chicago or something. Wasn't he going to do like meetups? I think all of us were just like, yeah, I ain't going. Like, no, I'm good on that. Like, I think I'm safer on the internet. Thank you, sir. Bob called him out? I could believe that. That does sound like something Bob would call somebody out on. When the fuck we meeting up? You said we were all meeting up and gonna do jello mud wrestling and go to the strip clubs together. Where are you? I know Bob invited ABL out for a steak dinner or some shit at one point. I think it was Bob. It was like, if you're ever in my neck of the woods, let me know. We'll go out for a steak dinner. It was a long time ago, though. Oh, yeah, this thing's just fucking jamming. Definitely, I got a ton of air pressure going on here, too. I'm barely getting pushed through on the brush. Even my air pressure completely cranked, and that was pure alcohol going through it. Yeah, there you go, Bob. Good call on that one, brother. It was. It's that lobster place you were just talking about where they remodeled it and you and your daughter went. That's what it was. Where you're just telling us, like you said to him, like, well, I'm happy to see that you weren't deported. It was that place. Wow. You want to talk about fucked up? I don't know if you guys can see that. Watch, I'll push down and it's going to slowly come back up. It's not releasing the air. Like, I mean, it's firing well, but I have to take this one apart real quick. Freemason at Lobs. Yeah, because I know you said something about taking him out to dinner or some shit if he was ever in the area. So I'll have to take you up on that. Free food? Hell yeah. If it's free, it's for me. ABL out. Which he's gone up to West Virginia, I think. I can't remember the last time it was, but it was recently. Should probably exchange cell phone numbers with him and stuff, Bob. I got an idea for a podcast. It's ABL and Bob, and the two of them. It's like the Fresh and Fit podcast where they go out and they pick up women. Except for they do it in like the West Virginia area. That could be a good podcast. Wait, you don't think that would be a good podcast, Bob? I think that'd be a cool one. It would be like, I'd watch it. Oh, I'd fucking watch it eating like chips and like, I'd just be sitting here like, oh, I got to see what these two get up to. ABL's like, I don't think you understand. If you can't pick up my check, woman, then I can't date you. Da-na-na-na-na. Wait, hold on. Now I'm confused a little bit here. Bob, you have confused Gam. Just going to let you know you have confused me, sir. We were talking not long ago. You said you agree more with the people and the things being said on ABL's channel than you do on my channel. So when did that switch? Oh, shit. Well, I think I fixed this. Light a cigarette. I want to hear this story because this has got to be a good one right here. I mean, what made you disagree? Like, when did you start coming to disagreement with things? I mean, you disagree with me on all kinds of things, Bob. I still think if we were in the same area, I'd call you up and be like, yo, Bob, you want to go out and get some foods? I'm married, Bob, so I can't go out to the bar with you and shit, but, you know, a meal is a different thing. God damn, that thing's throwing paint. I mean, that thing is throwing paint. No, I've got a 0.5 fucking tip in there, but good lord. I mean, stupid how much paint's being thrown. We're talking about, I just cut my workload like into a quarter with that. And it's going on even, too. It's crazy. Juggernaut hand! Okay, so I mean, that's fine if you disagree with some things and everything else. But, you know, again, we're talking about having a meal with somebody. You said you wouldn't break bread now because you disagree too much. So, like, you know, like I said, we disagree, you and I, on stuff we don't see eye to eye on all the time. So what's the difference? Why would you break bread with me but not him? Well, actually, you know what? I just made an assumption, didn't I? Maybe you wouldn't break bread with me, Bob. Holy shit, this thing's throwing fucking paint. Yeah, Ian even told us, he was like, yo, Bob was in ABLs going ham. He said you were like losing your shit, just putting people in their place. Yelling out about you're from the streets. I'm more from the streets than you are, and it's going off. I don't know. I wasn't in the chat, so I have no idea, Bob. Ian was telling us about it, though. That was like last week. I do think it's funny, though. People will tune into that show and not talking chat anymore, when at one point in time, that's all we tuned into the show for, was to talk and chat. Didn't even pay attention to the news stories, just came to enjoy each other's company. Sure this thing's clear out, so this way running smooth. I know, Bob. I know. That's why I say that. I'm making things up. I only make things up every now and again, Bob. And you can always tell when I'm making things up, because I kind of have a giggle and a smile when I'm doing them. Good Lord. That voice blowing through. Yeah, I mean, that's what I was doing for a while there. I would just go in, I would legit mute the stream and just chat with everybody. But then streaming on my own, I noticed everybody I was chatting with pretty much comes in here. So why am I going to sit in the stream? Plus, then a whole new crop of people started popping in. And a lot of them were just, I don't know, assholes. It's the way I'd describe them. Where it was like, you know, we got decent people in that chat. I'd be like, yo, come over, hang out with these guys in the stream and all that. And then it got to a point where I was like, yeah, like we either got all the cool kids have come over here, or, you know, there's nobody I really want to have conversations with in this chat. To be honest with you, that is part of the problem. And you're right about that, Ian. And like, that's why I don't want to do just like a flat out full on political show ever again. Like, I did that for a minute there. And then I realized, I'm like, well, everybody's talking about the same fucking topics. Everybody's pretty much swimming in the same direction on this. And you're just hearing the same thing 6 times over. Like, at that point, why don't you just turn on the evening news and watch CNN, Fox, and MS Now, or whatever the fuck it's called? Because you're just getting the same story over and over and over again. It's like, I'll touch on stories, but it's more just to have something to talk about. I am at 139. I did get a new sub. I gave him a shout out earlier. We lost one and then got one back. I don't know if it was I pissed them off. They unsubbed. They were like, I'll give this guy another shot and resubbed, or we got a brand new sub completely. I don't know. Yeah, it's good if you got people that are just there. But what I've kind of noticed with it, and this is where I feel I differentiate from the others when I'm talking about politics. I give my own take on it, but I'm not rah-rah for either side. I'm not I'm just trying to call it up the middle and like how I see it, where I have a lot of these guys all have the same fucking opinion. Like there's no variation to it, just the way they say it. But if you listen to the actual opinion, they're saying the same damn thing. And it's like, I swear there was one point when I was watching ABL where I swear he would watch the Daily Wire and whatever they covered, like whatever Ben Shapiro covered for the day, because I was watching Ben Shapiro at the time too. Whatever Ben Shapiro covered, it was like that night on ABL would be the same shit. I was like, what's going on here? But I think it's a lot of them that it's almost like they all received the same talking point and they all got to run off the same talking point, and I'm not down for it. I want independent thought. I like it, you know, Beans will disagree with me, Bob will disagree with me, Ian will disagree with me, Rebel will disagree with me in the chat. You guys will fire off on me and say, I disagree with you, Gam, here's why. Mr. will disagree with me. Whatever. But you guys voice it in the chat, and it's like it's the diversity of opinion, how we're seeing a situation play out and see it play out different, explaining it to one another, and like it feels like everybody's got an independent voice. To me, that's the way I feel it should be. I don't want everybody in the chat just going, oh yeah, you're 1,000% right all the time, and just, well, yep, that's my opinion too. I want to hear that diversity of opinion because it does. It gives you an outside perspective, and if you're always in your own echo chamber, doesn't matter what side of the aisle you sit in, but if you're in an echo chamber, you're not getting the whole story. And that's, I agree with you, Bob, but that's the thing. You just said it. That's something the left does. Well, pay attention next time you're in, I guess, ABL's chat. If you go in there, pay attention to what a lot of the people are saying and how you're going to get like 70, 80, hell, even sometimes 90% of the people are all swimming the same way. One of the last chats where, I mean, I'll go into ABL's chat every now and again to say hi to Devin is what I do. And then I pretty much bounce. Or if there's something major going on, I'll be like, did he already cover this? Yeah. And Devin will tell me, yeah, he covered it at the beginning. Okay. Thank you, Devin. You know, that kind of thing. Because I know she's watching every one of his shows. And shout out to Devin. You know, I always appreciate her. I just, but I'll sit there and I'll see the chats coming up. And like I said, one of the last ones I actually interacted in, he was talking about Pam Bondi, and the caller was like, well, tell me one good thing she's done. Well, I don't follow Pam Bondi's career, is what he said to the caller. So I think she's doing a good job. He goes, all right, well, tell me one good thing she's done. He goes, I don't follow her career. Well, then how the fuck are you going to say she's doing everything good? But in the chat, you had, I'm going to say, if there was 20 people commenting on it, outside of myself and like maybe one or two other people, everybody was like, oh, she's doing an amazing job. She's doing an amazing job. And then you had me going, yeah, what about the Epstein files? What about this? You know, what about this drop ball or whatever? And you had somebody else kind of saying the same thing as me, but different stuff that she had fucked up. And like those voices were they just washed out by people telling us we were wrong. Yeah, Crowder's gotten better over time, I'm going to say. Like, he steelmans his arguments a lot more instead of just talking points. What do you mean by Tim Pool bashing his own crew? I mean, my big problem with Tim Pool is his fucking ego. Right? It really comes down to just his ego that he thinks he's never wrong. And it's like, bro, you've got to give that wiggle room to be incorrect on things. You're not going to be right 1,000% of the time. And you screamed about civil war forever, and then you use the most extreme incidents to prove that we're in a civil war. It's like, no, that's not how that works. We either are or we aren't. One example doesn't set the whole flow of it. And like I said, shout out to Tim Pool, because I have no hatred for him. I have no love for him, but I do respect him. Not easy to build what he built. A poser? Yeah. I mean, the thing is, he'll bring in somebody, and I've seen him actually tear people apart too. Don't get it messed up. There's some times where you're just like, yep. But then there's other shit where you're just like, bro, your entire show is basically fourth turning. Let me see. I'm trying to think of all the buzzwords he always said. Fourth turning, Civil War, Occam's razor. That's the end of your show. That's it. That was what you heard from for the entire 5 hours or 2 hours or whatever, however long his show is. 2 hours was Occam's razor, fourth turning, and Civil War. That was is what his show boiled down to every time. Oh no, there's another one. My bad. Thucydides' trap. So those four, he would cycle through all four of them, and every show you would hear him say Occam's razor, Thucydides' trap, Civil War, and fourth turning. And let's take a super chat. Oh, this one's for $500. This one's for $500. This one's for $500. I know I've got like 500 more super chats, but those are the three I'll read. And the big thing is, from what I understand, now I don't know if this is true because I haven't gone through people's social blades recently, but apparently the political commentary space is down for guys like Ben Shapiro, the Quartering, these type of people. I think D-Day Cobra is still killing it and he's hardcore pro-Trump, but he's always been hardcore pro-Trump, and he's not a Republican. He likes Donald Trump. And people can respect that about him, that, he's going to always argue for Trump regardless. And he's a lot of fun to watch. He makes a lot of jokes. He doesn't take himself serious. Well, that's just it. If you want to look smart, you debate dumb people. If you want to be smart, you fight up the ladder against people that are smarter than you. If you're always challenging somebody who is intellectually inferior to you or doesn't have as much knowledge as you or all this other stuff, it's real easy to own them. But you fight somebody who's on an even playing field or above you in knowledge, that's when you run into trouble. I don't know if I would love to see Tim Pool, for example, have an argument and discussion with Tim Horton. Not with like 50 other cast members involved in the argument, just Tim Pool versus Scott Horton, for example. That guy is fucking... I was dead. At first, I was just like, who is this old fucking dude? He's actually like on point with everything. Like, I mean, he'll go back through everything to do with Russia and back in the day. And like, I mean, he'll be citing date, armies, countries that don't exist anymore, people that I fucking barely even heard of. Like, he's all over it. And if you look any of the shit he's pointing out up, he's telling you the truth. He really is just like all over it like a fat kid on a cupcake. Like that guy is an on point, just being as honest as the day is long. I mean, for me, it was a level of disrespect to the audience. The one way, if you really want me to never watch your show again, tell an audience that does not agree with your point of view that you don't need them. Think you're wrong on this one. I think you're wrong on this one. And they're telling you that. And you can push back and say, look, it's my opinion. I have an opinion on that and everything. I can understand you guys got a different opinion. I just see it this way. You can see it your way. That's all good. We'll agree to disagree and move on. Right? From my perspective, that's fine. When you tell a bunch of people that they're wrong, you're right, and that you don't care if they tune into you, that, you know what I mean? That's fine, then don't watch me. That's what you'll hear. That's fine, don't watch me. Whenever I hear a creator say that, at that point in time, any kind of respect or any kind of loyalty I had to said creator goes away. That was one of the big mistakes. The other big mistake was this. Tim Pool, when he was in New Jersey, wasn't far from where I used to live. Not very far at all. And my roommate still lives there. And I asked him, because remember how he panicked during the fucking George Floyd riots and all that shit? And got out of there and moved to West Virginia. And yeah. I called my roommate. I said, yo, man, is this shit really going on up there? My roommate's like, what the fuck are you talking about? There's a couple police cars. That shit's all across the bridge in Philly. I'm like, really? He's like, yeah. I'm like, so this is what this dude's saying. He's like, oh, he lives in the ritzy place too. He's just like my roommate doesn't, but he does. My old roommate doesn't. He lives in, it's a good neighborhood, but it's definitely right on the outskirts of a very bad area. And he was just like, oh yeah, he lives over this way. And that, that's the expensive place. Not like they have armed security walking around or anything, but it's not where people are going to go fucking with his shit because the cops will be on him. And he's just like, yeah, dude, that's not happening here. I'm like, this motherfucker right here, like Chicken Little, pick your shit up because things got a little scary and you ran. And then there was the entire thing with the skate park in West Virginia that I got insider knowledge on, where the kids didn't even, he showed up and completely ruined the kids' skate park or whatever. They told them all to fuck off and get out of there and all that. And he went and bought the skate park and then threw all the local kids out of it. And was like, oh, well, I'm rebuilding it or whatever for everyone, and didn't. He just did it because they all told him he was basically a piece of shit and they didn't want anything to do with him. It's stuff like that, man. I'm not down for that with people. Like, I can't do that with you. It's the same way. I've never heard ABL say that to his audience, but somebody did tell me at one point in time, and I didn't hear it and I couldn't find it. So if anybody knows where that's at, but apparently he told somebody that for each one of you I lose, I'll pick up 5 more. So go ahead, get out or whatever. I don't know. I have no idea. So yeah, I had to take that one with a grain of salt because again, I didn't hear him say it and I couldn't find it. And I can't remember who told me that, but I believe the source. But I also can't, you know what I mean? If I can't prove it, then it's kind of let that shit go, or you get a pass. Yeah, it was. I think it might have been Beans who told me, and I believe Beans. That's what it was. I believed you 100%, but I wanted to hear it myself, and I couldn't find it. I can't remember. But where he started to lose me was there was the one that really, because I was still tuning in, even just to talk in the chat, stuff like that. Again, I would cut his volume either way down or off at that point because I was already getting sick of his ego kind of shit. Like he started to get an ego about him. Like he could do no wrong and all this stuff. And silencing Ivan and all that kind of bothered me a little. That wasn't bad. He pulled one where this dude was working in a factory and had said something that he disagreed because ABL was talking about, the common worker doesn't know what's going on and all this. He said, wait, I work in a factory and all this. And ABL called him I want to say he called him a big back or a neck beard or I know he called him a big back, but that's why you're still working in that job because you're not smart enough to get a real job or what, some shit like this. Like he just started blasting this guy who obviously is just a common hardworking person, blue collar person, punch the clock, go home. And he blasted him because he's better than him because he talks on the internet and that's how he gets his money. And that was pretty much that was the beginning, the main beginning of, yeah, I can't listen to your shit. Not everybody's privileged and can sit in a fucking room on their fucking ass, be late for every stream, have people tune in. And, some people didn't either get that opportunity, that education, that luck, and all this other stuff. Didn't have the luxury, we'll say, to sit on the internet and just talk shit and get paid for it. And I was kind of at that point, that's where he hit me with yeah, you need to really go fuck yourself, man. Yeah, and there you go. There you are. There's another one. The other thing is, he'll complain about how racist Democrats are and everything else. But then when he's talking about white people or anybody who isn't black, he basically downplays them like they're shit compared to black people. It's man, you really you're being a fucking hypocrite. Yeah, and see, Ian's even saying, can't prove it, but I'm sure he said it more than once. I guarantee he has. Because again, and that's where whenever I want to take him to task or whatever, I just walked away from it rather than going the fuck off a couple times. And I had the side conversation with Sheree because Sheree was his mod. She was working hard in there. And I knew that she would have to censor me, even though she told me she wouldn't. And hand to God, I believe Sheree wouldn't have. I think she would have let me go the fuck off if I went off. But at the same point in time, I didn't want to put Sheree in a position either because I still respect Sheree. And that would have been fucking dirty pool. You know what I mean? Yeah, I knew what you meant about that, Ian. I was sitting there reading it. Well, that's just it, because there was a point in time where he respected his audience and actually did care about his audience. Like I said, I had something come up in my stream from his channel, or come up in my stream, in my feed on YouTube one time. And this is a couple months ago. And it was from 5 or 6 years back. And he was debating this guy. The guy was clearly on the left, and they were debating abortion. They were debating a couple other points. And it was a caller that had called in. The conversation lasted 30, 35 minutes. I recognized only Marta Allen, and shout out to her, and I think NKM was the other name. They're the only two I recognized in chat. I didn't see my name. I didn't see like Beans. I didn't see Devin. Nobody like this. I just saw these couple names in the chat, and that was it. Because I looked through the chat, and I'm like, yeah, they're the only two that I recognized. Maybe it was from 7 years ago. I don't know. It was 5-7 years ago. I can't remember. But anyway, he had this conversation with this man for 45 minutes. He would lay out his point. The guy would go off at the mouth, lay out all his points. ABL would be quiet. ABL would fire back with better points. And it was like, I watched it and I was like, what happened to that dude? That's who that guy used to be. Now it's just, you're a big back, you a redneck, you this, you that. My daddy may have been fucking around on my mommy and divorced her ass and left me here, and then fucking went out and he did too much cocaine off a hooker's ass and died of a heart attack. But there was a point in time when he was like legitimate, and I don't know when that legitimacy started to fade for him. I think it might have been right around when he hit 1 million followers. Actually, to be quite honest, where he really started to downslide, in my opinion, just my opinion, and maybe you guys will agree with me, anybody who listened to him or not, when the Chicago police officer died is when he started to downslide. Yeah, I didn't see Bob. I agree with you. You know what? You are 1,000% right. I'm sure there's people that talk all kinds of mad nonsense on him, but then to his face are polite. I'm going to give a shout out to a different channel, and the guy's an ass, in my opinion. But you know what? At least he went and talked his shit, and he may have silenced my voice where I couldn't talk my shit back. But I was able to talk it on my own platform anyway, so it didn't really matter. But at least he wasn't nice to my face and then dirty behind my back. He was just, when he hit an off switch, he hit an off switch. I can respect that. You know, and shout out to him. Hopefully he's successful. But with ABL, it does seem like there are people that definitely want to talk some shit on him up until he's like, until they're on the air with him. And then, yeah, all of a sudden it flips around 180s. All of a sudden he's the best ever. You did a great stream here, but then we'll dog the shit out of his stream when he's not there to hear it, because they know he's not going to listen to it, because he doesn't give a fuck what anybody else has to say, because, as Beans likes to point out, that narcissism. He thinks his way is the only way, and the only right way, and all that, and he's always right. Which, I mean, I guess to be on the internet, you gotta have an ego to an extent, but you also gotta learn when to check your fucking ego, in my opinion. But that's just me, and maybe that's why I'm sitting at 139 subs and not 5 million. You don't have to say it, Beans. Like, you don't have to. I'm not asking. You don't need to name names. I've experienced that myself too, though. So I don't disagree with you. You know, I mean, it goes back to, you're going to talk shit. Anything, anything that Smurf would say to me, he'll say right to me. He doesn't just have to have a private conversation. He'll say that shit publicly too, or Twisted or David or any of us. We'll talk shit, but we'll talk it right to each other too. We don't give a fuck. And I have that feeling with the people I have in here. You're going to talk shit, you'll talk it right to me, I'll talk it right back or whatever. But we're cool because of that, because it's not some high school bullshit. It's not that, I can say all this stuff about you and all that. Oh, no. No, yeah, the dress looks great on you, Sally. You know, your ass looks great in those jeans, Sally. Yo, did you see the jeans that Sally's wearing? Did you see the dress that Sally's wearing? If you're going to talk that shit, you got to talk it right to him. Because I was streaming on. Well, that was, that was part of the point, Ian. Though, was why I didn't want to stream on Wednesdays and didn't want to stream on Saturdays, because a good chunk of my viewership also watched ABL. So at that point, when I was streaming on Wednesdays with Smurf or whatever, we always knew that like right around 11 o'clock, like, up, here comes all the ABLers. Because everybody would watch ABL and watch me too. Which is fine, And I always expected people to go watch ABL because that's where I met most people that were watching my stream. A lot of the more interactive ones even now are all old ABLers. We're in ABL stream all the time. Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. I agree with that, Beans. And like, I break your stones. I do here and there. Not always, but I do joke around with you and stuff. And you and I will disagree on shit. But I hope you don't feel like I'm talking down to you either. Like at any fucking point. I'm not. Me arguing a point is not, I'm not aiming to talk down to you or make you feel fucking dumb or like you're lesser than. So if you ever took it that way, I'm sorry for that, but it was never my intent. Which that's probably why you still watch me, but you get opinionated sometimes and you get in your own way. I can understand it. I can appreciate it. Some people, you get in your own way, but at that point, you also have to take a look at yourself and say, am I being too opinionated? Am I being too stubborn here? Was I fucking nasty with what I said? Or am I really offending people out there that watch my channel and support me? Like, am I being a dick? It's simple. Am I being a dick? Just ask yourself that question. And the whole thing is, ABL it isn't like he looks at it and goes, no, I'm not being a dick. They're an asshole or whatever. He's just looking at it and going, nope, I can do no wrong. Yeah. See, I mean, I can agree with that. I understand. I mean, there was one time where I had to do an apology because I was like, yo, I'm actually sorry. I didn't mean to come across. There was one time where I came across like a fucking asshole because I was being a fucking asshole, but I recognized it and admitted it and owned it and apologized because that's what you do, or that's what you should. That should be the respect you have for somebody who is watching you on a regular basis, not even on a regular basis. Just for somebody that you didn't mean shit to come across the way it came across. You know what I mean? And you don't say you're sorry unless you're actually fucking sorry either. Because then you're disingenuous is all fuck. Sometimes it's like, nope, my feet are planted. But you can't be that way with everything. Like, well, I mean, I guess you can. But then how are you still at 1.1 million subs in his case? How has he not gone down to like 1 million subs or up to 1.2 million subs. How come the subs have stayed the same? Yeah, and you know what, Ian? You're at this point, you've become an OG. That's just it. Like, when I talk about the jumping on point and all that, and like I mentioned, like, I even give a shout out, like I said, to Alien in the beginning. He was here. You know, I don't like him, and he's pissed me off, and you know, all that kind of shit. But it doesn't mean that I'm not going to recognize, because I'm an adult, and you got to call a spade, and you got to be honest about things, about who was there in the beginning. But just because you weren't here for the beginning, Ian, you're here every fucking time, damn near. You're here most of the time, and you're here for a long time, and your voice is right there, and it's prevalent. I appreciate the hell out of you. You can come into the party late. If you're part of the party, you're part of the party. Delete a text. It's not his political views. It's, again, I think this is what delineates this show from other shows. I'm one of you guys. I just happen to have the fucking microphone. I just happen to be the one painting. I happen to be the one. I hate using the word fucking platform, right? That's some bullshit. I just happen to be the one holding the microphone, holding the stick. If we were talking in wrestling WWE terms, I'm the one who's on the stick and putting it together and everything else. But the whole thing is, I'm always an audience member. I watch Joe Rogan all the time. I watch, you know what I mean? We just went through a whole bunch of different streamers. I watch all those guys. Just like you do. Because I'm an audience member at times. And I know as an audience member how it feels to be saying something like 50 times in a row. And it's one thing if you've got a busy ass chat, or you're not paying attention to miss chats or whatever. But when you're specifically looking at the chat, ignore what somebody said and pretend you come up with it 5 minutes later. Just saying, that's kind of fucked. So, losing members and gaining members. The last time I looked at his social blade, true story, I'm not going to accuse him of this, but I'm saying it was kind of fishy to me that he would pick up 10,000, pick up 10,000, pick up 10,000, pick up 10,000, lose no one. And there becomes this point in time, I told you, I didn't even think this was a real thing, but apparently you can actually buy views. You can buy bots. You can buy subscribers. You can buy, and they do it in a way where it bleeds in organically so that you stay monetized. But I'm telling you, something's fucked up when you're 10,000, 10,000, 10,000 all the time, like on a constant basis. So how I got fucked the quartering or whatever, that's one of the things that got pointed out by this dude called, I think it's Revenge of the Mac and Cheese. Shout out to him, because he's the one who's been doing the deep dives on the quartering. And he explained, he's cheating his views. So it looks like he has a whole shit ton of views, but what he did was a whole bunch of shorts. And the shorts are getting a ton of views, but no revenue really to him, making like $50, $100 or whatever off of all these millions of views. And his actual main channel is barely getting any views. It's getting like maybe 10,000, 40,000 here or whatever. But it'll say he has 8 million views for the month. So there's ways that you can cheat too. And I didn't know that. No, I see, here's the other thing that's always been fishy to me. Where's the big gold play button? Has that thing come in yet? Because that was about 2 years ago. He said he talked to his YouTube rep and they said he's going to have to wait a year for his big gold play button. So what happened to the big gold play button? Because I'll tell you what, if I were walking around with 1 million subs and now above 1 million subs, I'd definitely be like, yo, give me this. And there was an infusion on his channel, I remember, because I was still watching when he went on Tim Pool. And that's just it. If your live viewers are dropping, how are you getting the same amount of views? It just, the math ain't mathing. Like, there's little things, and it's like, I don't want to say he's cheating because I don't know he's cheating. If I knew he was cheating, I'd tell you. But something's just not right. Pretty good bond, that. See, am I dry? Pretty fucking dry. Oh, no. One elbow. That arm ain't dry yet. I think his shoes are. I just want to see what he looks like. Drop some feetsies in. Oh. Let's try that again, this time with feeling. And this should go in here. Yep. This should go in here. And yep. But again, I wish him all the luck in the world. I don't know if I buy everything to do with it. I got to get this thing at the right angle to make it so you guys can actually see it when I put this head on. Yeah, like, look at that shit. I'm the juggernaut, bitch. God, that light. Why is that light so fucking... Move that out of the way. He's going to be a cool one. You know, try and hold the arm on there so you guys can just see him real quick. Oh, shit's still wet. I'm getting it all over my fucking hands. Oh, I've decapitated the juggernaut. I should. Oh no. No, Juggie, no. Nothing can stop the juggernaut except for lack of glue. Yeah, that's going to be a cool one right there. Get over here a little bit. He definitely, I think that is a very cool model. He's going to look badass when he's done. I get that. Oh. He is going to be a cool one. Where's that arm? Good screenshot of him. I can actually take away his arms and his head so they don't break. Oh. Good thing I made that head solid and not hollow, because that shit would have broke everywhere. Yeah, he's going to be a lot of work, though. Well, who knows? Maybe he'll go fast. I still got to do the entire base has to get coated. This is part of it. So the base actually has a lot of little detail in there, too. You look at the base. Like there's a wheel in there from a car. You got like fucking steel rebar. We got all kinds of shit that I'm gonna have to fuck with. Whole bunch of little like broken concrete. Whole bunch of little things. Yeah, rebar sticking out. Yeah, we're grateful. I'm grateful too. I wouldn't even have a YouTube channel. Hadn't been for you guys. You know. YouTube channel wouldn't have grown and continued without people like Ian coming in and then jumping in here and stuff, you know. I try to give shout outs evenly to everybody. And just call it like I sees it. Because I feel it's the right way to do it. There we go. Update that. What in the... That's so weird. Why is my... How long's the chat been fucked up like that? Or did it just go fucked up like that? I think it just went fucked up like that. Probably because I changed out the thumbnail. Yep, misfits. That's what I said. I was like, it's a bunch of individuals that, you know, everybody thinks different and individual thinkers, and we're all strange in our own ways, and all, we're a bunch of misfits. We're an isle of misfit toys. And it's been a long road. But again, it's gonna suck. And I'll give it 2 weeks, guys. I'll be streaming Sundays again. But if I don't build up this back stock, I am going to run out of shit to paint. Quick, fast, in a hurry, because the next paint stream is going to be Thursday, which means I'm going to start Juggie here. And then depending on how far I get on them, if I did the Sunday stream, I could wipe Juggernaut out. If I have errors or flaws with the next model as it's coming out, the base, whatever, any kind of problem I run into, and I don't have it prepped and ready to rock and roll, then what am I going to do? I'm going to do just a blank stream, basically, of me just talking shit or cutting down a model on stream, and nobody gives a shit about how the sausage is made. We tried that once. No, I got you. And you know what? That's a great comparison. It is. It's the Walmart of a live stream, right? YouTube drama, fucking talking about streamers, politics, movie reviews, movie trailers, woo woo. You never know what you're going to get. It is. I've thrown everything the fuck into the pot and let it cook. And even if something doesn't do super well, I still kind of do it anyway, because there's somebody who goes, "Oh, I like that part." Telling old stories, telling Bob stories. You know, sometimes it's just me and one of the guys like, fuck, the stream on Friday killed me. I told David, I was like, dude, you killed half my viewership. He's like, what do you mean? I said, fucking, you're rehashing shit that you were all pissed off about 7 years ago. What the fuck, dude? But you never know where it's wherever the conversation's going to take you, whatever the audience is, you know, up for and all that, which is why I always call it chillin' and chatting, because that's the one thing that always happens. And yeah, that's the other thing. Like, you're never bored, right? Because you never know what the fuck you're gonna get. I never know what I'm going to say. So I will do this thing where if there's a bunch of shit that's happened, I'll write it down. And then I started, jotting it down on like notes on my tablet. So if there's something specific I need to hit, like the Melania thing or what's going on Strait of Hormuz being blockaded, stuff like that, right? But then there's days like today where those are the only two things that really fucking happened. And then the whole quartering saga with Kino Casino. And I'm just like, all right, so what else am I going to do to talk for like, because we're already at almost 2:30 in the fucking morning. So that's 6 hours, 6.5 hours almost that I've been on live and painting and everything else. What am I going to do? Just, talk about the blockade the whole time, talk about Melania no. But unless there's a ton of shit that I don't want to forget to talk about, like something nuanced or small, like in the midst of talking about all that stuff, I was just out of nowhere like, oh yeah, by the way, guys, I saw that movie, The Yeti. Skip it. It wasn't very good. I liked the stylization, some of the gore in it and stuff, but the movie itself, the plot sucked, blah, blah, blah. Right? Like all of a sudden there was a movie review that just randomly came up. That's just kind of how that shit goes. Because I don't have a format. I don't want it to be a paint by numbers show. And what I mean by that is this. All right, guys. We'll use, because we're all familiar with ABL. Let's use ABL show. Paint by numbers show. Anywhere from 8:10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to 8:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on a show that's supposed to start at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. All of a sudden, the show's going to go live after there's a bunch of people discussing and betting on how late you're going to be. You then you basically read off every topic that you're going to go over and say, and much more tonight on live. Then we're going to go into the topics. We're going to watch a bunch of video. We're going to say how evil these fucking people are, because usually it's about the Democrats. If it's a Republican talking point that is a positive, it's going to get highlighted and yay, us. And then we're going to go to TikTok videos from people that are clearly idiots. And it's going to be the same fucking take damn near every time. We're going to do a try at a Russian streamer voice, a Nigerian streamer voice. And then we're going to turn around. Let's see what's coming up next. Then we're going to watch more of these TikTok videos. If there's not enough to fill the airtime, we will watch stuff regarding real estate when you have no interest in buying any property. You just want to talk shit on other states. And then once you hit 10 o'clock, 10:15, you go and take some phone calls from people that have probably called in multiple times that you know are safe, and you know what you're going to get from them. They're all going to tell you what a great show you had, and then you're going to say goodnight to everybody. You're going to leave your chat up and running for another 20 minutes so that anybody in that chat is going to give you extra view time. Paint by numbers show. This is what I mean by a paint by numbers show. It's the same way I said Tim Pool became a paint by numbers show. Thucydides Trap, Fourth Turning, Civil War, and I can't remember the fourth point. Oh, Occam's Razor. All right, let's read 2 super chats. Okay, good night, everybody. Go to the members only, pay $10 so that you can hear me talk for another hour and say the word fuck, shit, and bitch. Fortunately for you, GAM goes till like 3, 4 in the morning. Don't worry about it. It's only for a couple weeks. It's only for a couple weeks. I mean, the Sunday shows were add-ons anyway, but if I don't build up a backstock, I'm really going to screw myself over. I'm just telling you. I did this before. I had this happen. You know, I named aptly the channel as GAM Catches Up. The problem is I'm caught up. Yeah, and I mean, that's just it. Like, this show is probably, I'm going to be ending it right around, well, I'm going to smoke another cigarette. So probably about 2:45, right? We'll be cutting the show tonight. But sometimes that shit goes till 6, 7 in the fucking morning. I'm still sitting here talking or still bullshitting, or Bob will want to jump in the chat at like 1 a.m. and, you know, then I got to rehash the day's story and hear Bob's take on it and discuss my take on it and go back and forth and have an exchange of ideas. Or Smurf will get done work and be like, hey, Gam, my butthole's really, really sore, but, you know, I figure I'd come on here and cut a couple jokes, Gam, okay? You know, things like this will happen out of the blue. You think I should fuck with people's heads and do Saturdays as well? I mean, how would that fuck with people's heads, though? The only way that works is if I go into, like, you know, all the ABL streams and just start promoting my channel like, yo, don't watch this fucktard, watch me on Wednesdays and Saturdays. You know, something like this, just go right head to head with them. But I wouldn't do that anyway. But it still would be funny. Wait, you just got booted off what, my stream? How the hell did you get booted off my stream? I'm not even touching anything. Look, my hand's moving and everything. Like, you'd be able to see me put the mouse down and click. Or hear it. The Friday thing's all right. I mean, it's really just a group of guys hanging out and playing video games together and talking shit. That's all it really is, Ian. There's nothing like super important there. I mean, to be honest with you, none of this is super important. But, you know, the Friday, like I said, I had moved it to Wednesdays, but I definitely, you can tell the difference in viewership between Wednesdays and Fridays, and it's been Friday lately is when I'm actually picking up new subs. So I said Saturdays, I don't know how it would fuck with anybody's head unless I went into all ABL streams and just been like, yo, why are you guys watching this asshole? Come watch me, or what have you. But I wouldn't do Saturday anyway. I'm usually wiped out on Saturday from Thursday, Friday. Like, I catch my breath and all that, and then if it's a heavy shopping day and the wife's like, yo, I need you shopping with me tomorrow, we got like heavy, you know, pet food and all this other shit to carry, I'm just like, all right. And I'll drag ass in the morning and all that kind of stuff after Friday streams. I don't know how it kicked you the fuck out of why it kicked you out of the stream, though. I know my chat went dead and I had to restart it because I guess I'm just at that time. But on my like little chat viewer side piece. But yeah, I mean, I'm grateful. I'm just grateful to all you guys that you tune in at all. Some nights it's a very quiet one too. Or man, the world's got to fix its fucking self, because I would like to definitely talk about more woo-woo crazy bullshit and, you know, fun stuff. instead of covering stuff like, well, we might be going to drop troops on the ground and we're going to block off a strait and all that. I don't like fucking talking about this war shit at all. Yeah, you did hear the pit tail too. He's being a good boy though. He knows it's good boy night. That means he gets his puppy cup when I'm done for being good and not being an asshole during the stream. And he fucking full on knows when it's good boy night. Yeah. Saturday is my shopping day. It's the one day of the week the wife says, hey, I need you. You better be available. She hadn't given me shit on the other days and all that stuff. But if I fuck her over on a Saturday when she needs me there, I will not hear the end of it. And it's every time it's like rolling dice. Maybe I'll get shot today, you know, that kind of thing. That's that's the one thing. Don't piss the wife off. Like, I mean, today I got to do a whole ton of yard work, so I'm gonna be beat the fuck up. You got kicked too. That's weird as shit. We don't even have any moderators on right now. That is the other thing too. You know, Beans had pointed this out. What is the deal with the moderators at ABL's chat? The last time I was in there and talked to Devin, there wasn't a mod to be found. I don't know. Maybe if you paid people what they're actually worth and, you know, took care of them on the back end, you wouldn't have those issues. Just saying. That's weird, Ian. And yeah, well, that's just it, Beans. Like the Thursday, Friday. But that's also why I tell you guys these things ahead of time so that this way next Sunday, because I'll say it again on Thursday and I'm going to say it again on Friday. Stranded changes up her little, she just clicks a button, I guess, and pops up what the schedule is. But she even changed it tonight because I was talking about moving the time back, you know, like maybe we should go to 10 o'clock or whatever. And I'm like, no, that's not going to benefit anybody at all, really. It will to an extent, but not really, because the reality of it is I need shit to paint if I'm going to do a paint stream. And if I'm doing 2 paint streams with nothing to paint, you know, I'm not going to paint my penis. I'm sorry. I'm just not going to do it on stream. I mean, outside of the time that the bottle of paint spilled over in my lap, that's it. That's the only time I'm doing that shit on stream. Oh, snap, crackle, and pop my back. Oh, I just I know the Cavill model is one on the list. That's one of the more immediate prints. I've got to figure though, the problem with having a large variety of prints is what do I want to print and display and all that kind of shit. Like Juggernaut was actually, this Juggernaut model is the reason why I even got that dude's Patreon to begin with. Because I was like, oh, I get him in backstock? Absolutely, I'm in. Well, I mean, the whole thing is you'll have a. I'll post it in Discord too. That's fair. But I'll also have, you know, Thursday and Friday before that Sunday stream to tell everybody. So even if you're at work or whatever and you can't answer back, you'll at least hear, because I'll say it like 4 or 5 times, like I just did about, I'm skipping 2 weeks on Sunday, right? Or 2 Sundays. You know, I let people know what is going on. I hope he does come out good. I mean, I'm really hoping the paint comes through the hands right on that one. Listen, it's not you putting pressure on me. It's me putting the pressure on myself, because that one I want to bang out and have it sharp where you can be like, this is why I watch this motherfucker the whole time. You know what I mean? Like, I want it to be good. And, you know, it's just, maybe for me, it's a pride thing, but it's also one of those, I don't want to get something like that out there and be like, oh yeah, he sent me this. It looks like shit. Because that happens all the time. I just know with him in particular, knowing the way that Berserk and Wicked did do their things, the texturing in the model and the way his suit's done with the meshing is going to be rough. It's almost going to be like painting fishnets on a leg. I mean, you watch my shit, so you got to be patient. But yeah, guys, I think it's a good place to wrap it. Go rest, eat supper, and start looking through some prints, see what I'm going to pop up besides that one, and start cutting them down and everything else, get them ready. I'll be back Thursday, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard, guys. I know it's kind of a quick one, kind of an early one. Knew it was going to be, unfortunately. But I know getting dick deep on Juggernaut right now, this still has to go outside and be primed actually in the outdoors. Dude, all right, so here's the worst part, to go over this right before I sign out. With David's, the worst part was this. They wanted like $110, I think it was, to send through customs. We found a workaround so that we could get it to them for $64 on shipping. That was just the shipping. I painted that thing. I made sure it was like perfect looking and all that. I was worried about the one knife on the hand breaking off in transit. And the wife packaged it along with a bunch of candy. So it was wrapped with not just candy, but then the statue was triple bubble wrapped. Like, I mean, when I say I wrapped this thing where you could have thrown it across the room and it would have bounced and been all right. Because that was my biggest fear, was this fucking thing's going to break in transit to him. But the wife protected the shit out of this statue and was like, don't worry about it. I think even the knife won't break. And she showed it to me before she put it in that box. Duct taped it on there, everything. Like, actually packing tape, clear packing tape. And I even told David, when you get it, make sure you cut it gentle, because getting out of the bubble wrap, all this stuff. When David received it, Customs must have opened the box and resealed the box, because they took the statue out of the bubble wrap and it was just floating in the box with the candy. Anytime, Beams. Thank you for always being cool, always tossing a coin to the Witcher, and always just being there from day one. A1 since day one. But you don't ever have to thank me for the stream. It's my pleasure. I'm just happy you guys tune into it. But yeah, that's what happened with David's statue. And like Bean said, stateside, we won't have that issue. But yeah, snapped her arm, snapped one of her, or like the things that her buns on her head or whatever were snapped off. One of them was snapped off. A bunch of the knives were snapped off. This knife in her arm was snapped off. Like, it broke the shit out of it when they did that. So fucking UK bastards. But yeah, you guys, thank you for tuning in, hanging out, chilling, and everything else. I know it's a boring one. Just a quick base and a quick prime on the Juggernaut. But I'll be back Thursday. We'll start working on him. I'll get everything in process of cutting apart another model, getting it ready to rock and roll. I appreciate every last one of you guys taking the time, everything else. 6, keep the drum shit coming. Join those videos, buddy. Ian, be cool. Try and take it easy. Take it sleazy. Take it any way you can. Shout out to all you guys. Thank you again for being amazing. Thank you for smashing the like button. Thank you for fucking with me. And I appreciate you guys. Everybody, you guys have a great night. Always be creative with whatever you do. And never forget the golden rule. Don't take shit from anybody. Good night, guys, and thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you. Good night.